Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 789. As titled, this is a call to the caregivers. How you all doing this evening? Shut this guy up in the background. Got a great show for you this evening and a fun panel to talk to. Jeff, Chuck, Angel, how you guys doing this evening?
Ladies first.
Absolutely amazing this evening, Eagle. Good to be here.
Right on. I'm glad you guys are here. And you guys were already kind of talking about this a little bit, so I hate to make you repeat yourselves. But what are you guys smoking on first and foremost? Let's get that off the list.
Jeff, you're so
All right, I'll go first. I'm smoking on Lemonberry Candy OG by Endgame number 3. It was bred by Ethos and hunted by myself. And I was just telling Chuck, I'm down to, I had 3 cuts that I ran through on this final. Started with, 13, like last year when we, start these things because people don't really understand the conceptual time involved, right? And so we're down to 2 that got my highlighter. This one's a kind of raspberry crossed over with a very like pungent lemony kind of cleaner back. So I said it's got like a berry ricola thing going on. But effects wise, it's doing a lot of stuff. It's got the mental stimulation with some of the physical relief, which is typically what I'm looking for. So I think we got a keeper here, brother.
Yay.
And sister.
that's good.
No problems. I can be a bro. It's all right.
All right, you down? Yeah.
That's good. That's good. Personally, I'm just down with some sativa for the late night. We're gonna do it's a local Colorado breed lemon frosting put out by a company called Greenpoint Seeds. This is my second time rolling with it, and we really enjoy it. It's very nice. We laced it up with a little bit of SLH fresh hash rosin along with some keef. I believe it was an Angel, correct me if I'm wrong, grandma's panties.
Granny's panties. Eagle should remember some Granny's panties, man.
Everybody laughs every time I mention the granny panties because I grew that out myself for a while, and everybody's like, what? Every time I bring it up, what? I'm like, you heard it right.
One of the most amazing sativas I've ever had my hands on.
I've had some people confuse that and say it was the vanilla kush. It tastes so similar, but
wow.
I'm a fan of the granny panties.
Now I'm going to chime in for Angel for just a minute because she left some of her supplies here when we had our computers too close earlier. But she's going to have a rotation today of whatever the heck she wants to smoke. We got a little bit of super lemon haze hash rosin for her. We got a little bit of strawberry sour diesel hash rosin for her. A little bit of oil slick hash rosin for her. And we got a little bit of lava cake crumble here to choose from.
I'm excited about that one.
So it will be a very interesting chat.
That's a wonderful lineup to choose from. I mean, honestly, there are bad days, and certainly choosing that lineup is not a bad day.
Right on. I feel the same.
It will fix your bad day in a skinny second. As a matter of fact, I'll be right back because I'm out of meds right now.
Oh,
on that note.
So I'm going to say it again because I know somebody's going to clip that out anyways, but I can't believe I said it in that order that I love the granny panties. So I know somebody is definitely going to clip that out. I know.
There you go. Remember, words mean something,
100%. So I just thought I'd give them a clear cut of that. And I'll be smoking on some of the stuff you gifted me the other day, the Afghan cookie. And I believe I'm going to throw some of that hash you gifted me as well. That
I'll enjoy it, brother.
Cranberry. So
Hopefully you get elevated and feel a little better.
sure I will. Sure I will.
Medicated and elevated. Yes, sir.
Nice. So I believe Chuck, I believe you had it a point kind of wanted to start us off with.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried these days, Eagle, but I don't think it's anything that we can't overcome if a few people would come together. You know, the caregivers are dropping off the books, patients are dropping off the books. We all know what the real story is, and it's not anti-capitalism because, you know, we're a capitalist nation. But the real story is in my humbled and, let me say, legislatively ignorant mind, I believe that our elected officials have failed us and have sold us down the drain because they're making more money and more finances by pushing rec. And I'm just going to lay it out there because that's what needs to happen. I'll be contacting each and every one of my legislators on this matter. And I ask everyone to do the same in a reasonable and calm manner. Do it in a manner that maybe that you'll get listened to instead of the noise going through them. Because they are your elected voice. They're my elected voice. They're Jeff's elected voice. They're Angel's elected voice. They're my neighbor's elected voice. And I think that what had happened basically was this is the official ballot wording in 2008. So, and I'm not going to get into all of the words, but really all it says is, and this is what the people voted on, proposal 08-1. They called it Prop 1 back in 08, just as they did recently as well. Permit division approved use of marijuana. We all know this. Conditions as approved by Department of Community Health. We know that. We approved that. We signed that. We said, yes, go ahead and do it. Permit registered individuals to grow limited amounts of marijuana for qualifying patients in an enclosed locked facility. That's the second. The third is require the Department of Community Health to establish an identification card system and individuals qualified to grow marijuana. That's the third. Permit registered and unregistered patients and the primary caregivers to assert medical reasons for using medical marijuana as a defense to, emphasis added to the next word twice, please, not once, twice. So I'm going to say it twice. Any, and I'm going to repeat that, any prosecution involving marijuana. Now, that's what the majority of the people voted on. Now, when I read this in its basic starting points, I read, and I'm going to read backwards for a minute. So if you're registered or unregistered patient or caregiver, you can assert medical reasons, whether you're registered or unregistered. I want to point this out because I know what happened here. This was the old slide of the cup thing. Pick a cup. So whether you're right here on the ballot that we, the people, voted for, we said that we were going to permit registered and unregistered patients and primary caregivers, and means clump it in legislation, to assert medical reasons for using marijuana as a defense to any, again, emphasis added to that, any prosecution involving marijuana. Okay, now that's the entire proposal, everyone. That's it. That's what everybody voted on in 08. Now we can go along. We understand how that works. The people voted it, so it takes a supermajority to change, amend, add, etc. But my question is, and I'm going to ask this question all the way up to Governor Whitmer's office, is where did the people say that in the future, go ahead and mix our medical marijuana up with recreational marijuana so that the state can make more taxes? Go ahead and put the patient in front of a corporate salesperson worrying about the next person waiting in the lobby and not giving two hoots about paranoia, schizophrenia, high blood pressure, pain, insomnia. Not two hoots. And it's not because they don't want to care, Eagle. It's because they're not given the opportunity to care. They're not trained. They're not sent to courses. They're not educated. They haven't grown long enough. They haven't practiced long enough. You don't have to be educated formally. You can be educated by self-training. I mean, there's just so much that people can do that's just not being done. And our system has been, let me get back to this. Why? Why did they say any person? Think about this. This was 08, people. Because a setup. They knew all along, in my humble opinion, that their intentions was to push the caregivers to the brink. And they knew this, and they knew this. So here, I want to put the value of the caregiver out there today. Here's what I've got for anyone watching. I can only pick one today, unfortunately. Anyone that is fighting a grave illness, cancer, whatever, wants to use some holisticals, contact me. Contact me. Right here is complete 105 gram dose. I'll give it to you. As long as you promise to use it, we stay in contact, we stay in touch, and you use it. Don't share it. It's for the ill. I must know you're ill. I need to verify you're ill, but contact me. I'll gift it to you. Because people need to understand that there's a big difference between a caregiver that truly cares and a corporate dispensary with a $12,000 a month light bill and a $65,000 a month payroll tax. And let's not forget about the government, or I mean payroll, and then the government taxations.
Because of No Safe Banking Act, that government taxation, you know, it's taxed against raw income, not 280E expensed income like any other industry in America. So if you may, you know, so they're hitting them as even on that side, they're taking as much out, they're squeezing as much juice out as they can, you know.
Well, and Jeff, that's something that's really bothered me. For a very short, brief time, my daughter was in that side of the business. She got out because of all of the, excuse the language, I don't know how else to say it, fuckery.
Fuckery, yeah.
Here's my stance with the feds. Malarkey, we're being set up there too. Malarkey. If she's working in a Michigan cannabis shop, legal by Michigan law and constitution, and the feds say that that's all money that they can't tax, why did they take money from her for income that was earned from cannabis sales?
Oh yeah.
I mean, we're being set up again and no one's watching. And I'll share with the whole world tonight what my grandfather told me. He apologized to me once. He said, "We let you down." I said, "What are you talking about?" He says, "After World War II, we were such a great nation." He said, "We all turned our eyes." He says, "Then they threw the GI Bill at us and we all turned our eyes a second time." He says, "And by the time we opened our eyes, it was just too late to save." And that was back in the 70s, he said that. And now I'm starting to believe him. I mean, you know, seeing what I'm seeing, these laws are a bunch of hogwash. I've done so much research, guys, we're not going to get into it today, but there's been so much research done. I mean, the ballots, the proposals, we got the MSP bulletins, and there's so much contradictory in all of it. It's just stupid. What the people of the state of Michigan do is so simple to a man like me, and forgive me, everybody, I'm a simpleton. Under a referendum in the state of Michigan, it's only a 5% number on signatures. It's not as big as other laws because this is already a law. So we need 5% of the governor's signatures from the last election cycle. But if we do a referendum, there's one thing that can't be done. They can't play with it. And we're allowed to do a referendum that specifically says, we don't care if you got a majority vote. You can't play with it. And that's what we need. We need a referendum to separate medical from rec. Because what I believe is done is the state and search for that taxation. And I'm just going to say it like that. And search for that taxation have confused people to the point that they think they can go down, they can drive down the road and see them 12 dispensaries, take their pick, and they're going to go with their medicine in there. Now, the problem with that simple. Number one, the sourcing. Number two, the information you're going to read. Is it the medicine you need? I mean, there's just so many different problems with that. And I think that the state did that intentionally and opened this market up so broadly. And now, and here's what's killing me is I'm hearing all this overages, overages, overages. I gotta call it out again. Them overages are coming out of commercial grows. And you know what? For each their own. But if they're gonna call it out, they should get it right. Them overages aren't coming from caregivers. They're just not happening. They're coming from, whether it's in the state, out of the state, they're coming from commercial operations. That's where they're coming from. And I think that the state representatives truly need to communicate. And you know what? They say we should communicate with representatives, which is true. But I think that the representatives that really do care, maybe they should start reaching out as well. And that's what I'm going to suggest to them when I contact them. How come I haven't heard from you? How come my people haven't heard from you? They draw the paycheck, gentlemen. And that's my take on all of that. We've been hoodwinked, washed, and now they're trying to act like they're still our best friend. But really, I mean, come on, man. Come on. Look how simple this started. Look how simple it started. Okay, I can't even break out the laws today because I don't think we had enough paper or ink to print them. That's what the people voted for, everyone. I want you to remember that when you're at the polls. When you go to the polls next time, be careful of who you vote for. Everybody has a tendency of voting for names they know. I know when I was younger, I used to do that. It was just easier. It was simpler. I had a busy life. I had to go. But pay attention to what your legislator is doing, not just around medical marijuana, around everything. Around everything. And just try to go to the polls a little educated, because we all thought we were educated in 08. And you know what? 10 years later, they twisted it and it's twisted. And that's what I've got to say. We're in a twisted world. But let's fix it. I mean, where are the caregivers? Let's, come on, guys, let's stand up.
Yeah.
You know, I hear a lot of people say that, cannabis shouldn't have that medical claim to it. You know what I mean? There shouldn't be that line between rec and medical. But I disagree. I believe wholeheartedly it is a medicine. And especially when people are being drove to a storefront, there needs to be a separation there, because back in 08 and back when we had dispos, patients got pulled aside. They got that one-on-one attention. What are your ailments? Let's talk this through. I've got some strains that can help you. Nowadays, as fucking recreationals fucking winning this war, it's more of a mall store. You know what I mean? Fucking, what can I get you real quick? They're looking past you. They don't even care what your fucking ailments are. It's how many numbers they can process that day. Come on, let's go. Let's go. There's not that interaction, that care. The care is gone in the provisioning centers. It's all numbers.
Let me touch on that for a minute, Eagle. I can't blame. I won't blame. I won't blame the employees. Because again, they're paid to do a job. In fact, and people are going to hate me for this one, but I don't care. I'm old. I don't need to care anymore. That's the greatest part about getting old. You don't care. I applaud the employees because they're out there working. They're out there working. They're trying to hold the job down. Good for them. However, I do blame the management. I do blame the lack of training, which again falls directly on management's hat. If they would have a training school, because what you said is right. They don't care about the ailment, but as Angel will tell you, you give the wrong person the wrong sativa and it's bad. You give the wrong person the wrong indica and it's bad. So for people to say it doesn't have a medicine value, here's what I have to say to them. Next time they go to the dentist, don't get no lidocaine, tell them you badass and just pull that tooth. Because lidocaine, cane, numbs for a reason. And it's in the last part of the word, cane. So, if this isn't a medicine, lidocaine certainly isn't a medicine. So people that want to say that, they should go get a tooth yanked without any lidocaine or any anesthetic. It's just really that simple. Aspirin, same thing. Almost made the same process. If you take aspirin and you say this is not a medicine, then whatever you're taking aspirin for, which is a natural, comes from the aspen tree, you're wrong. It's not a medicine. I mean, that's what I've got to say to those people, Eagle. I'm gonna shut up a minute. I'm gonna like to show
on that note, Chuck, yeah, an Eagle to piggyback on that. I mean, at this point, we have like, I was reading something about the endocannabinoid system, and it was published by Harvard School of Medicine by one of their standing MDs, and he was talking about the vitality of the endocannabinoid system in basically.
Sorry, Jeff, was that Dr. Weinstein?
Pinstrup, maybe.
Pinstrup? Okay.
Yeah, and we even have, you know, physicians here. But again, this information, that stuff isn't made readily available to the mass market. You know, education and awareness comes in, but that's where the caregiver patient system over time, through accrued knowledge, we know these things, right? But the medicine is not debatable anymore. The endocannabinoid system is an essential part of our internal structures that maintain homeostasis in the body. You know, disease as a mechanism, whether it's genetic, whether it's environmentally influenced, is an imbalance in that homeostasis one way or another. So there are a lot of things we can do to improve the functionality of the endocannabinoid system, one of which is boosting it with phytocannabinoids, which happen to be present, you know, in certain foods and certain things, but in massive quantities in cannabis. So it's medicine. It's been medicine since roughly 2800 BC when the Chinese believed it to be medicine, and then the Romans, and then the Greeks, and then, you know, everyone up until roughly 100 years ago when motives changed, and here now we're trying to backpedal from all of that. So the establishment of this plant as medicine is just fact. You know, this is not a debate. And with that being said, recreational cannabis does not lend itself to these conversations.
Amen.
And that is the place of medicinal cannabis and the structures that support it. You know, I'm a pretty honest guy, and I, you know, believe I see things for what they are most of the time. I understand the business of a recreational dispensary. And it isn't in their bottom line or best interest to be having an hour-long chat about the endocannabinoid system and these things. So that
was money.
That's where
they all learned somewhere. They all learned somewhere. There was a day that nobody really understood the cannabis as medicine. It was the recreational users that were coming in and out of our stores and in and out of our locations that were gaining the medical information that they then were able to understand as medicine, and very much so took back to their own lives and their own people and their own. So I do believe that there's quite a connection there between the rec and the medical. A lot of times we don't know that we need to know things until we know them. We don't know that we have a question about something until the question is asked or even answered, for that matter. And I ran into that for many, many years in the beginning of all of this. Coming kind of backing up to where Eagle started this part of the conversation. I was the one that was in the store. I was the one that was in the consultation room, in the office with our patients, one-on-one, talking about their ailments, their medicine, what the possible side effects would be, what the rules of thumb were on the medicine, so they could start honing in on exactly the strains and the methods that were going to work best for them. They didn't come in automatically knowing the medical. And that's something that we have lost. And Eagle's bounced off of this a few times in recent shows, and he's not wrong. We've lost the message because we've really stopped talking about it. Not so much stopped talking about it, but the rec has very much so overpowered it in a sense where we're now holding these conversations in regards to its two separate things. It is two separate things, but at the end of the day, all use is medical use, and the ones who know that know that. So the ones that are familiar with the endocannabinoid system and understand how it functions, we know that all use is medical use, but that recreational user might not necessarily know that yet. It's up to the medical users to get that information out to them and keep this conversation going, not only with our original MMMA and where our laws began with the people. Just to kind of touch on that a second, we weren't able to ask for permission. We tried to ask for permission. They didn't want to play with us. So we had to put forward the MMMA with the we the people standpoint so that we could force their hand. They don't really like to work with us when it comes to a plant and when it comes to cannabis as medicine in general. We all know they don't want us anywhere in the vicinity. We quote unquote take their business, whether it's out of the doctor's offices or it's out of the now licensed dispensaries. But if we don't keep holding this conversation, if we in a sense do keep separating the rec and the medical side, we're still giving it two different definitions. And at the end of the day, it still all has the same definition of being a plant with a multiple range of use from medical to recreational. To take a recreational user and give them a little bit of medical information, let them know that the bulk of that endocannabinoid system is running through the brain and through the immune system. When you look at our population, what are we the most sick with? Mental health and autoimmune disorders. Why do our doctors tell us that they can never find the underlying cause of things like thyroid disorders? They only want to band-aid and mask the symptoms of the side effects of that disorder. And we know that it's the endocannabinoid system. It's the inactive endocannabinoid system that's allowing the thyroid to then get thrown off, causing the disorder that the doctors are then just masking. The recreational users don't always know this yet, just like we didn't know this when we were 10, 11, 12 years old. And we did go from, let me back up. When I walked into my first store, ever, it was the Green Bean. And when I walked in there, all I knew at the time was that I liked a higher sativa and he liked a deeper indica, and that's all I knew. But when I walked in and asked them that very simple medical question in a medical state, we'll call them what they were at the time, the bud tenders that were behind the glass, they couldn't tell me what was in front of them. They didn't know what was that higher sativa or that deeper indica. That's when I knew I had to get in, because we were in a medical state and they were operating as recreational because nobody knew the difference at the time. I have watched our recreational users become medical users, begin to understand that all use is truly medical use, whether they're using it for those purposes or not. All use is absolutely medical use, and helping them in their lives at one point or another, whether they realize it or not. Those are the ones we need. We need those feet. We need them to understand the medicine again. When I left that store, I went from consulting with individuals, boom, 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 in my office, all the medical talk, all the ailments, all the side effects, all the honing in on. The day I left that store, the very first thing my team was told was no more education. We need the rotary door. We can't let them be in these offices anymore. And the reason we had the offices was because of the 2012, sorry, sir, lame duck 2012, because that's what happened overnight. 4:20 in the morning, they started kicking boots, and we came in and we immediately built offices instead of having our back room like we once did. And that's when I started to individually work with patients instead of 2 and 3 at a time in a back room, one-on-one in an office. The very day I left 2.5 years later, that same team was told no more educating on the medicine. We need them in and out of these offices as quick as possible. So there is a disconnect. We do have two separate. We have a medical, we have a recreational. The ones that are in this room, the ones that are watching, they pretty much know that. But the population of the people, the mass population of the people, they don't necessarily understand that. And it's up to us to keep the separation in the laws, yet also help those recreational users understand it as medicine so that they are taking it back to their friends and their families. When my kid was 9 years old, she could hold an adult conversation about cannabis as medicine with words this long and tell you exactly how it works and why it works. That should be a common conversation, in my humble opinion. I'm not necessarily saying all 9-year-olds need to understand why cannabis works the way that it does, but if my 9-year-old can understand it, then the recreational user can understand it. If my 9-year-old wants to understand it, then there's mass amounts of people out there that want to. They just don't necessarily know they want to yet. It's up to us to say the right things at the right times, putting them together in the right puzzles, and get people over here so that they can remember it's a plant, the people, and our MMMA that we fought tooth and nail to get a hold of. And now it's really up to us to hold on to it. We've let loose a lot of it. We've let a lot of the language go. We don't talk about Section 8 anymore. Now, we don't talk about the details or even the gray areas that were inside that law, that are inside our law, that we had to put forward because the state didn't want to play. And they've continued to prove that they don't want to play fair. We tried to play fair. We tried to go back and forth. We tried to give them what they want while they gave us their crumbs that they wanted thanks for. And it still kicked us in the teeth at the end of the day. And we've lost the medical talk. And we have a bunch of bud tenders in these stores again, instead of people who understand the medicine and can actually help the people that are in front of them. You know, most people don't understand things like ADD, even, for example. A lot of times medication in general works in reverse on those patients. Same exact thing with cannabis, but they don't understand that. And so there's this constant mix up all the time on what medicine they think they like or what medicine is actually working for them and why. We need that common conversation back out there, in my humble opinion. I digress.
So well said. So well said. Hard to follow that up. But people, you're right, do need to be educated. And I've probably proposed this with each of you guys during your episodes. But Jeff, you're right. I can understand that in business sense that, you know, time is money, and bud tenders necessarily don't have an hour to spend with the patients. But I honestly think we could at least start by, if this is the first time you come into my provisioning center, well, right there's a booth with a fucking 10 to 20 minute video on the cannabinoids, why you use it, and maybe in a general question to start it off. Why do you use cannabis? Here are some reasons. You know what I mean? And take them down some of the points that angels are talking about. This is why, what it's good for, and how it can be used and stuff like that. If you have any more questions, please follow up with one of your bud tenders. They are very knowledgeable and will happy to answer your questions from there on. But at least, even if they don't want to do that, they have some ideas and can go home and start the research on their own. But I think that's a good start. Just right off the bat, making them watch some type of video right off the bat before you even come in and make a selection. Why do you use cannabis? Let's help you understand.
Well, that's an important, but Eagle, and you know, I love you, brother, but I disagree. I mean, the video's all beautiful and everything, but why not just have, I mean, there's a large portion of voting Michigan citizens that are caregivers. Why not just allow us caregivers to be caregivers? Why not allow the true, and Angel, I appreciate you too. Okay, but there's some rec users that are never going to give two hoots about the value of the medicine. When I was 20 years old, I've said this to Eagle before. I didn't, you know, I'll live forever. I smoke pot. You know, it was just cool to say though. I didn't recognize it. But I think just let the caregivers be caregivers. Let us have co-ops. Let us go back to the way it was. Let us do what we do best and care for our patients. Cultivate for our patients. You know, I mean, I'm so confused because I think I probably brought this up before. I mean, there's Okay, let's say there's, Jeff knows this better for me. I'll just throw a number out there, 20,000 plus whatever. Caregivers was 30,000.
15,000. I think we're dropping by about a click a month. So I think Weedsters published, it was either this week or last. We ended the year, and please don't exactly quote me on this. This was like stuff I saw, but I believe we ended the year somewhere around the 20,000 mark, or maybe right over. And I think we're down to 19,000. Now, I know conversationally speaking within, just my little pocket here, I've lost a few buddies who just couldn't keep up with costs, care, trying to maintain other jobs to keep the garden alive. Chuck, I've shared with you some of what we've gone through, and you've been with me at some of my moments, brother. And so it's not easy. Eagle, we talked about it, it's a passion thing at this point for sure. But what my fear is, and what I see happening is, those numbers equate to an intellectual drain. So in the, there really aren't schools, because Chuck, you do your things, right? Very, you had to craft medicine for your specific ailments and such. And so you learn a very specific craft and cultivation practices, which might be different than mine per se.
Sure.
But when we get together and work together, now that's shared knowledge. Angel, same thing. Conversations. When I finally got to meet you, what you got there?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh yeah,
it was the bigger one.
Well, I'm having a hard time discerning over there. What's the nose on it like? What's it smell like?
It smells pretty fruity.
Fruity with like a little floral to it, maybe. Yeah, so that's that probably poodle nuts or Dog's Waltz poodle nuts cut, which I think I was smoking when I was on the show before, and that's when we were talking about weird cultivars that are what I call non-commercial, and this comes down to that production rate thing, right? So we're willing to cultivate the oddballs, as I call them, and things that aren't going to yield huge numbers. Back it up just a little bit. Back it up.
Tell me, I'm not good at this yet.
Yeah. So by the structure, I'm guessing like Dog's Waltz, but it could be Blue Dream, maybe. The Santa Cruz. If it's really sweet, it could be the Blue Dream.
Man, let me stick my nose in this bag. You might be dead on right now.
Yeah.
If it's Blue Dream, you better share.
I'll be out there in a second.
I don't remember. So here's the problem. I don't remember what the hell I brought up there last time I saw y'all. So
but I know you remember one, Jeff. What was we burped?
Hey, wait. Let me say this. These other three, Jeff, are in Ziplocs. This one was in a regular sandwich. Does that help?
Hell no.
Okay, I tried.
I'm usually so good about writing on bags too. With
Jeff, you make me feel good about myself. Thank you.
I usually write like even stupid little notes sometimes about like the backlog genetics on that, and because I'm whatever, I do that, and so I'm ashamed of myself. This is an admission of shame right here for not labeling crap that I brought up there.
All good, brother. It's about the
All
love,
good.
man.
But that does
know you remember what you cut that morning.
So I think that might have been some of the LBCOGs or the weekend at Gary's we might have been getting into.
I think you said it was weekend at Gary's.
Yeah. So if it's kind of blacky, that was like the weekend at Gary's.
Yeah, next with Peyton.
Yep. That's the Gary Payton OG by Bahama Mama.
Yeah.
And those are all good ones. I love talking genetics. That's the fun of it, but that's the importance of what we do. And back to where we were, we all get kind of good at what's specifically good for us. And then on top of that, we learn from our patients, as we've talked about. That's an important aspect of the caregiver relationship, is the duration of the relationship is what yields the interchange of information. Now, it doesn't need to be years-long relationships that can be put into a concise format that starts a conversation. But, this is irreplaceable knowledge that I see as like, traditional handed down education at this point, for, lack of better wording. It's oral tradition. Is essentially where we are. And so we're the keepers of some of that knowledge, each of us, right? So if we go from 40,000 down to 20,000, that's a lot of collective knowledge. Or if it was 30,000 down to 20,000, even if it's 1,000 more at this point, we start turning into polar bears at a certain point, real quick. And what that means is lost knowledge and information that can benefit a lot of people going forward. I am pretty antithetical to traditional medicines in general. I think in my personal situation, my dependence on things was from pharmaceutical products. The trying to wean off of things, which made me more miserable, was the result of listening to pharmaceutical products. And the search for back to cannabis was from exasperation, exhaustion, and knowing there was something better for me out there, right? It then kind of led me down the road of understanding these things like internal homeostasis. Angel, Chuck, we've had a lot of conversations about those things, and I love that. But again, this is shared knowledge that becomes collective knowledge that leads to betterment of my understanding of things for my patients, and also conversationally with people in our sphere of influence. And so, it hurts to see the threads on that web getting cut slowly but surely here. And I see it as, intellectual drain at this point is what I see it as.
Hey, give me a second to chime in. I got to relieve myself for a second here in a second. On that knowledge that you're speaking of, I'd like to also add that, in my opinion, I think that other than the knowledge that I've learned from my journey, I've learned an awful lot. I mean, I know you brought this up, but I think it's very important to recognize the patient themselves. Because I think without the knowledge from the patient, we wouldn't know where to begin to research as to how to help them. And patients, I want to thank you for that, bottom of my heart, because the more open you are with us, the more we can help you.
The more dots we're able to connect in the long run, for certain.
I think that's one of the most important things that has been lost in the broader health care practices in Western medicine, is not listening to the patient and kind of doctor knows best. And that's not the case with everyone all the time by any means. But again, when anything is monetized and commoditized, and you start focusing on the bottom line only, then care becomes really difficult. Just because time, how am I trying to say this? Time is a function of money. And so if you're spending time like talking to people and understanding them, you're not earning for the company. And that's the hospital systems as a whole are kind of representative of that same thing. So personalized healthcare in general, I think, is lost. And then, we've talked at length about how cannabis isn't even part of a conversation in the broader medical system when, anecdotally speaking, there's like 5,000 years of rocking and rolling with cannabis as medicine, as well as other entheogenic medicines. And so this doesn't just apply to cannabis. There are other things that can really benefit the population that's really struggling with things like addiction and PTSD, and the list goes on. Whatever. And so we need to keep that alive. And I'm with you. We need to preach it from the mountaintops, because it's not part of any other organizational system, because monetarily speaking, it doesn't make the most dollars and cents, right? So it's kind of sucks to see that happening.
Jeff,
there's
I
the
think that's
argument.
exactly-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are you?
I was gonna say, so there's the argument there that we're shooting ourselves in the foot by calling it medicine. Because once we call it medicine, then now we're opening ourselves up for like FDA control and stuff like that. So how do we approach that? I mean, even I'm sure that kind of even applies to, and is a kind of a bit of a conundrum for what we're talking about here. How do we spread the knowledge without, there's always you can't lay the claims this is going to cure cancer when we know it fucking cured cancer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I've had these conversations with physicians recently, and I've talked to you about my wife's own experience, where it's kind of taboo to talk about what to be true, which is really fucked, and so essentially you are taking your Hippocratic oath, which came from a dude who believed in like empirical approaches to medicine and finding betterment of the patients, and bottom lining it. And that's just not right, man, at all. Chuck, what are you holding up in the screen again there? I see you, brother.
Well, I just wanted to help everyone understand the question as a simpleton like I do, that Eagle kind of proposed. It was almost questioning to me about, what do you think about the FDA being held to those standards? And I'd have to say then our legislators truly failed us, every single one of them. Because as I read proposal 081, official ballot wording, a legislative initiative to permit the use and cultivation of marijuana for specified medical conditions. Okay, that's the headline of the proposal. So if anyone has any questions about it being a medicine or not a medicine, I think that they need to speak with our legislators. Okay, because in the proposal, they had no problem labeling it as a medicine. It's still a medicine.
That covers it at the state level, but at some then we move into the coverage at a federal level. But because of how it's scheduled, it's non-relevant at this point. So I mean, it's all fuckery, to use a favorite word oft used. But that's what it is. There are practitioners who know it to be medicine, who can only tacitly nod their head and say, yeah, it's probably not going to kill you.
Right. Now, see, they're held to federal standards, the practitioners, except federal insurances, etc.
And if
that brings up something I want to know, because I've talked about this too. I think it's a huge slap in the face. How can they go from the section 1, schedule 1 drug to fucking recreational? That swing, it's dangerous. No, it's not. Go ahead. No medical value. How do they make that swing without, you know what I mean?
Can I give you my prediction and then let other people answer that?
I'm ready.
My prediction is not in our lifetime. Not in our lifetime, Eagle. We're too far away from that. There's not enough states on board yet. It's going to take all of them, I believe, or at least a supermajority, a 75%. value of the states permitting it. I know we're getting close, but we're not there yet. Number one. Number two, again, the Banking Act's going to take years just to establish. Number three, what good is our state constitution and our state rights if the feds can come in and say that proposal 08-1 for medical use of marijuana is no longer a state constitution for you, is no longer a constitutional right for you that's been a constitutional state right for you. I think that's just, and again, I think those are the people that are pocketing funds in one fashion or another, or have future plans to pocket funds in one fashion or another in the medicine game, or in the recreational game. I think that the true answer is this: there are people out here that care, and they're the true caregivers. I mean, guys, really think about what's going on. You know, Jeff hit it on the nose. There are people forced out of business that care about your health. And our government's doing it. Come on, and let's wake up. Let's wake up and you know, we're people, man. We're people. We have the right to life. We have the right to help thy neighbor, love thy neighbor. Let's get back to it. That's what I got to say about the people that want to cross it into the FDA. The only reason they're even talking about crossing the FDA is because of all the investments of all the pharmaceutical companies at this point. Them 100+ companies, whatever it was that was selected for R&D. You know, that's the only reason that talk even come up, is because now there's, you know, official R&D that's going to go back to the feds. So yeah, of course they want to call it medicine now. That's my answer, and I think the people just got to say hell no.
And I'm going to chime in on the whole medicine aspect as well, because I'm one of those that have went from, in a sense, one extreme to another. In the days when we didn't even have a clue that it was medicine, it was all about the weed, getting high, we're stoners, you know, the stoner group in the back getting high, etc. And then we started hearing the two words together, you know, medicine, marijuana, medicine, cannabis. Now marijuana was almost kind of like a bad word for a while. And I dove into the other end because I was so convinced that our state needed to understand it as medicine, because we were solely at the time a medical state and nobody was really speaking of it on it as medicine. I went to the other end. I didn't even say get high anymore. I only medicated. I was medicating others. I was medicating. It was cannabis. I wouldn't say marijuana. I towed the line for many reasons. But one of them being so that people would start to understand it as medicine. And Eagle brings up a very good point, and I'm definitely one that has brought the point forward before. And I kind of have to say it again, because I agree it's medicine. I've always agreed it's medicine. We should be letting people know it's medicine. And I think it has kind of shot us in the foot a little bit, because it did put a lot of red flags, we'll say, for some, instead of the green flags. It kind of pulled out red flags, and I think it kind of helped them feel the need to attack it because we were calling it medicine. And the reality is, it's another herb that is good for us, and it happens to save lives. So it's a plant that grows from the ground that happens to work as medicine and heal our people. And I want to call it medicine every day, all day, still to this day. I just think it's almost hurting us at this point. I think the more we cram the word down the throats that don't want to hear it as such, the more we're also kind of losing people in the fight instead of being able to gain them in the fight. Take some of the pressure off of it, I guess, is really what my words are trying to say right now. Medicine, we kind of put a bunch of pressure on it. It's medicine. You go to a doctor for medicine. You go to a nurse for medicine. They've got all of these state licenses where boards have signed, and they've had all this schooling, and that's what we attach to medicine and healing the people. And I think if we back it up a little bit to the simplicity of what it truly is, again, just like the simplicity of our original act, I think it's gonna help us gain the trust of the people back. The MMMA, the state, and then even a lot of the people that pushed on those pushes have lost the trust of the people. In my humble opinion, and I worked with the people day in and day out. I held these conversations about the laws and the medicine day in and day out, 12, 14 hours a day, 7 days a week for years. We lost the trust of the people. The MMA did not hold up at the end of the day. Right ears ringing like a crazy right now. It backfired in our face almost. They did, like it's kind of already stated, they didn't really work with us. And the people did want the information. They wanted it. The ones that were there, the ones that were in getting their cards for specific reasons and not just to go sling the next ounce out on the street. They wanted the information, and they're still out there wanting the information. And we're back to a standpoint where they don't know where to go again anymore, because again, we've kind of backed off of the conversation of the medicine, and yet it's still a plant. So it feels pressurized. I watch people roll their eyes at this point when they hear the word, oh, medicine, here we go again. They're kind of sick of it. They're kind of tuned out of it. And I hope anyways, that if we can kind of back up just a little bit to, again, that more simple level, that we can help regain the trust, not only back with us, but back in the laws that we enacted, and we can better help them understand so we can get more people in this side of the fight again. And I'll just say, since I keep talking about it, I'm not against what they already have at this point. They've already got it. They've got their licensing laws. They've got their rec laws. They've got their Apple stores. They've got it. I'm not necessarily trying to take it away from them. As the smart ass motto says at this point, I want them to leave us alone so we can leave them alone. I don't want to fight with them. I don't want to do this battle back and forth. I do want to be able to work with our corporate companies to get people to what they need. I had many, many, many patients that preferred that Apple looking store versus walking into the mom and pop shop. I had those people that walked right in and walked right down to the $30 jars when really the better medicine was in the $10 and $12 jars. There are people that's what they're drawn to. That's what they're here for. I don't want them to not have their medicine because they're more comfortable walking into an Apple store. But I want that whole era to leave us alone. I want them to recognize that we helped bring them where they are. They wouldn't be where they are if it wasn't for us in the trenches fighting every single day to bring the MMMA forward, to help the patients, to help the plant as medicine. That was the intent. That was the entire intent. Medicine, people, a plant. Building the gaps between the three. And we definitely lost that through the other parts of the laws going forward. And us that have, been paying attention and watched all the circles, like we know how one law fed into another, fed into another, fed into another. I just want it to come back to the simplicity of what we had. Let us have it. Get out of our yard, get out of our house, get out of our farmers markets, get out of our private parties. Let us continue to heal and do the studies. We've already been doing the studies and the research. I don't need the state studies. I don't know about y'all, but I don't really trust the state studies and what the state wants to tell us in their research and their studies. I just don't. I think we've done a much better job on the ground with the people working with our patients one-on-one and the medicines that are available to us. The caregiver medicine. Let us do our thing so we can let them do our thing. And then I believe we can start working together to make a great bigger thing, but not if they can keep attacking us, not if they can keep sneaking inside of our parties, gaining all the information that they want to take back to the other side of the fence of this. And then they use that information with ill intent instead of with positive intent. There was a day that our stores, our farmers markets, we held to the laws of the MMMA. We had 5 patients. We could hold so much medicine. When those people were coming in and out of our locations, they were only able to come in and out with what they were able to hold. We did everything in our power to toe the line and do exactly what the state was agreeing to let us do. Only it wasn't an agreement. We had to force it. So we said, we'll do this. And we did that for a really, really, really long time. Somewhere along the way, that started to spill off to where we do have mass amounts of medicine sitting on one table inside of a party. Of course, that kind of changed the dynamic again of what the original MMMA had intended. The original intention was the intention. And it's been obscured over time in harsh ways, very, very confused. And anybody who hasn't been in the solid stretch of it, a lot of times, sadly, don't understand the circles that have transpired and keep going and going. And they don't understand how we got here. And they look at all the surface of what's going on right now, and they think the same thing we all thought for a lot of years, that we could work with them, that we would be able, that they're going to do their thing, we're going to do our thing, and we're going to keep working together, and we're going to keep doing it. Our people are still going to jail. Sadly, children are still being taken away. You know, we got people up on life charges as we speak type stuff. And at the end of the day, it comes down to natural healing plants that are putting these people in the positions because we didn't hold firm enough on the original laws that we had. We have to start talking about Section 8 again, in my humble opinion. That's where the medical part of our law was. If as much as we have to get in trouble, in a sense, to even get Section 8 into a courtroom, Section 8 is still where the medical was held. That's what we had to do to be able to get off on Section 8 in a courtroom. We had to work with it as medicine. We had to work with our patients as medicine. When my patients walked in the building for the first time, I went over a 6-page membership packet with them. We went over all their ailments. We went over their likes, their dislikes, the ins and outs of what the membership meant. It was a big deal. Then they continued to come into me and me solely, and I continued to work with them and their meds and the variations and the differences. And it worked. It worked. The people were learning, they were loving it. And then we don't talk about it anymore. And we don't talk about the fact that it's Section 8 that pushes, that really truly pushes even our original baseline into the medical side of it. That part of the law forces people to deal with the ailments and the medicine and how they work at the end of the day. And then we don't have our limits. We have our uninterrupted supply, as it should be. The amount of medicine that Chuck takes in a day, the amount of medicine that I take in a day, the amount of medicine that Jeff or Eagle takes in a day is not the same dosage by a long shot. Chuck has got to have a lot more medicine to be able to deal with just his daily dose. We have to be able to have uninterrupted supplies for our patients. I digress.
No, that's like really spot on. And the duration of the ailments and need is not always the same. And there are some like people who really need a lot of medicine throughout the course of their entire life, right? And existence. And realistically, if you had to walk into a shop and purchase all that medicine, even at like stupid low recreational prices, it can't happen, you know, it just can't. Chuck, I know with you, brother, and getting to know you and talk to you, yeah.
That's just to get me
Sorry.
to the end of the show.
Sorry, I chuckle, but you know that's with a lot of love. And,
Well, it is what it is, brother. I do 14,900 milligrams a day, 7 days a week.
And why do you do that, Chuck? I know the answer to this question.
I'm alive, man.
Amen, brother. And so, you know, again, those are the quote unquote, that's the research right there, brother. And we know that to make what you take takes a lot of consistent quality product cared for, tended to by, you know, an individual, because it needs to be held to a certain standard. So it's not like you can send 15 people in the room that have like, you know, a couple hours of training at cultivation, and that gets into that specificity thing, right? So you do your rosins, you do your oil, you cultivate the plants. So you know, I know when I manicure like this bud right here, I know my hands are the only thing that have touched this thing
Right.
since it was
Amen.
cut as a clone to now. So I understand what went into it, how it was treated, how it was cared for, and I cultivated it in a certain way to get what I want out of it. Now, again, that's different from you slightly, right? But the bottom line is that's our caregiver care. Digressing a lot there, you know your medical needs, right? For your individual. But we had talked before about patients who lack the ability to provide for themselves, whether that be, you know, physical structure, prohibitions on, you know, with physical handicaps. There's a plethora of reasons why a patient might not be able to cultivate for themselves, but still have those high medicine needs that you just, like I said, the affordability scale, but also the personalization is kind of an impossibility in the recreational space, you know?
Right.
So, yeah, that unlimited meds, that's very relevant, you know, that's an important aspect of all that.
An uninterrupted supply. I mean, we know that, and just how we have to go about taking care of their dire ailments. I mean, a lot of times these patients are being sent home to die. Like, that's why they're sent home. And then we're able to get, in a sense, our hands on them. To take that kind of a patient and reverse their ailments, we'll just use the word, to reverse their cancer, to force the cancer cells to commit suicide and eat themselves. We have to have a mass amount, in a sense, of medicine on hand for that patient. We need to be able to dose them like Chuck was able to dose himself, to get through what he's went through, to heal himself, so that he's still with us today, so that we're sitting here having this conversation with him tonight. To think that there's a group of people that have stopped us from doing that freely, the way we know we need to be able to do it, is very, very disheartening. To know that trust has been lost with our people over a dollar bill is frankly disgusting. The dollar bill has to come into play. We have to be able to continue to do what we're able to do with the people. And then at the end of the day, that dollar bill is exactly what has helped destroy the medical side of this. I wholeheartedly believe that if we can regain the trust of the people so that they want to come back to the program, that's when we'll start seeing those numbers come back up. People don't realize, and they look at the numbers, they watch them drop, and they surmise on why those numbers have dropped. And a lot of their reasons are extremely valid, but they do miss the key factor of the bulk of it is we've lost the trust. And we lost the trust when we didn't stand up for the law and we let them come in and start messing and confusing the people. The confusion came in. They all went, oh, why do I need to do this? I don't need to do any of this. I was way less stressed out before I got this card. Like, wait a minute, what's going on?
I didn't need a lawyer before I got the card. I need a lawyer now that I got the card.
Exactly. And I fed the state I fed the state thousands of people. I fed the state thousands of cards. Eagle was in my stores getting cards signed. You know, a lot of the people that we see out and about in our events, I helped get their first cards. I walked them all the way through their paperwork. I walked them into the doctor's office. I walked them all the way through the end result, and then right into my store, right into my office, right into the medicine. And it was medicine, medicine, medicine. And even the ones that just wanted to get high were like, within 60 seconds. It don't take a lot of time to strike that chord, to open up that message. When you're able to say things, or when you understand them to a degree that you can put them in simple form so that it's easily registered, making them want to come back and ask more questions or have more conversations. And we've lost that because the recreational is pushed so hard. Not solely because of, we have a group of people that led our people down that way. I won't ever forget it because it's the facts. Some of us here know this to be true. They were led that way. The foot was let off of the MMA with intention. They needed to involve more laws, more regulations for a lot of different reasons on their end. And it definitely pulled away from the intent of the MMA. And then it also pulled away from the medical conversation and lost the trust of the people in the process. We have to be able to figure out a way to regain. Because at this point, I know a lot of people that will not put their name on those cards anymore. And it's not anything other than they no longer trust it. And frankly, they shouldn't. What do they have to trust right now?
Sadly enough, the shitty part about that is, and this is the fucking honest truth, people say, well, why should I put my name on that card? It's recreational for me. I have the same rights, if not better, to say it's recreational. I can legally have more cannabis recreationally than I can have as a patient. And that's fucked up. That's really fucked up. You talk about an endless supply. Our hands have been tied from day one about the amount we can have. Now, recreational, since it was passed, whatever you could produce with your 12 plants, you were able to keep. If they were 10 pounds, you were able to keep that. Just don't fucking put that in your medical side. Keep that in your recreational closet. You know what I mean? And that's been a slap in the face from the beginning of fucking recreational. But, I had seen the question in chat, how can we wake the majority up to the medical side of cannabis? And I think that's first and foremost, to be honest with ourselves, why we use the plant. Straight up, if it's recreational and it's party time, then cool. Hey, let's try it. You know what I mean? Let's have a good time tonight. But I think most of the time, if we're honest with ourselves, there's a way medical side to the reason why you use cannabis. And when you figure that shit out, you have serious conversations with people why you use cannabis. To explain the medical side, it does benefit me. It does ail my stress. It helps with my anxiety. It does help me think. You know what I mean? Ails my pain. There's a lot it's endless. But pass that along and make people knowledgeable about why you use. Not only that, have other serious conversations about hypothetical. How many of us have lost somebody and thought, if cannabis could have if they would have seriously thought about using cannabis, or if cannabis was a fucking legal enough for them, because I know a lot of people that even because of the laws, they wouldn't have tried it, which is sad. But have those conversations with people, you know what I mean? Your loved ones, even the ones that are sick, because I know people that have other family members that won't use cannabis because they've been raised around this negative stigma around the plant. But have that conversation, one-on-one. Dad, I wouldn't believe, if I didn't believe in this, I believed in everything you've ever told me in your life, in my life. I believe in this. Let's give this a shot. Have that type of conversation. I think we'll stand a better chance, you know what I mean, to spread the word of medical cannabis. You know what I mean? And be honest with ourselves why we use it. Flat out. I mean, it isn't just a recreational thing. We all use it for a reason.
Well, you go, let me ask you this. Why do people drink? I mean, I've heard 1,000 times. I've heard this. I mean, my grandmother, she owned some of the largest bars in Detroit. But she'd come home and she'd have one to take the edge off. You know, Angel and I were just at a fuel station right down the road from the freeway ramp. We spoke about that on the last show. Guess what they sold? Booze. Right down the road from the ramp to get on the interstate. Now, of course, the lady didn't want to talk about the difference of her selling booze and, you know, somebody selling cannabis in the parking lot. Or even giving it away. Who cares? Point is, they're selling liquor that they've got no control over, no transportation laws over. So when somebody's got it in their car, they can put that bag right next to them on the front seat. If they want to crack that top, they can crack that top. Because there's no control over that. But yet, they've got laws to put you in jail for consuming too much and driving. People got to wake up. You want to know how they wake up? They got to think. And you know what they got to think about? And I preach this. One more thought. One more thought. Whatever you're thinking about, think one more time. One step further. And that's how people wake up. People wake up when they realize that we're being used as sheeple. And I'm not anti-government. I'm truly not. I'm not anti-profit. I'm not anti-anything. I'm pro-cannabis medicine. And I have to look at it that way. Angel, you know I love you, but I disagree with you. I think we got to preach medicine. You know why? Because that's what we passed. That's the law, medical cannabis. I think we need to preach it.
Valid.
And I think that the Eagle's absolutely correct. Mom, Dad, listen, you ain't getting any better. You know, the doctor's giving you that medicine and everything, but you're getting worse. You know, I really believed in you, so why don't you believe in me? And those are the talks that are going to hit home. They're going to hit home look, we all know. I mean, I tell everybody the same thing that I know. You'll know one of three things. You'll know if it's going to help your cancer. You'll know if it's going to help you, or you'll know it's not going to help you. You'll know one of three things. Just take the damn course. And then you can make an informed decision for yourself. And that is just so sensible, so logical. And not to call that medicine. Again, I mean, I am who I am, but shit, I'll fight the FDA all day long.
I'm down. I've been down. They're relaxing on it a little bit for the people's sake till we regain the trust of kind of makes sense. And I'm not saying take the medical talk out of it.
No, I hear
it's just hard for me to call it medicine these days when the simplicity of it is it's a plant.
I know.
It's a plant.
I know. And I
All
see
them
the
girls
problem
behind you right there.
I see the problem of that being wreck. If we don't pound medicine, it's going to be 100% wreck.
I can't argue with that. Not at all.
You know, so I think that's how we got to get. Listen, here's what I know. I know that there's so many people in this state that have cancer. I know there's so many people in this state that have cancer and aren't even aware they have cancer. I know there's so many people in this state that aren't even aware that there's a possibility they have cancer because they feel and look so great to themselves at minimum. You know, they're feeling good. They're doing what they're supposed to do in life. But let's get back to the ones that are treating with diagnoses of, man, all we can do is put you on hospice. We're done treating you. If we treat you anymore, it's going to burn the tissue. It's going to do this. It's going to do that. It's going to take your kidneys out. You're going to die. What are we really doing there? I mean, I'd rather take 15,000 milligrams of THC a day and not die and not burn my kidneys out. I mean, what are we really doing? And that's what the talks that the people really have to understand. Now, those are the people that really need to try cannabis because their doctor just told them, I'm sending you home, as Angel said, I'm sending you home to die, go die. And I'm just gonna say this, guys, and I hate to put it out there like that. What the hell do you got to lose if you're going home to die? What the hell do you got to lose? And these are the real righteous talks that I think people need to hear. I think they're the words. Let me rephrase that. It's the words they need to hear. What the hell do you have to lose? It's your life you are fighting for. Fight, kick, and scream. You're allowed. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, and I'm with you. So we've talked at length about this. I understand, again, seeing things as they are, that it's not like the mainline conversation that physicians are having with their patients in clinical settings. But when people are given like the no option, then alternatives should be presented. But holistic medicine and osteopathic medicine are just not part of our system, and our thinking of, again, this goes back to like patient care, right? Where you actually involve the patient in what you're doing. We don't listen to our patients. Again, it all comes back to that. So the holistic approach, which is what we do as caregivers, incorporates a lot of different aspects to our craft. And so it's full on care, right? Which is what we're trying to do. And that's just, it's not part of the core focus there.
And that's that.
It is. You should always have an option, especially when it's a herbal remedy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's so many delivery methods, Jeff. I mean, people are so. Let me tell you something. If you're dying, and there's a chance you could save your life by taking a couple of suppositories a day for the next 100 days, you take them. You don't have so much pride that, oh, I'm not going to take that suppository. I'd rather die. But you know what? I ran across a couple, honestly. But it wasn't the suppositories. They would rather still have their 30 or 40 beers a day. And they couldn't do both. So it does happen, but that's their choice as well, because once again, as much as I want to help people, it's also their right to live. So I want to stay kind of balanced on that, because there are people that just, no matter what we do, no matter what we preach, they're never going to take it, as you touched on. They're just not going to do it. And they have that right. But I believe that, and again, I am the eternal optimist. But I do believe that at one point, we're going to do something good. I mean, we've got all these marijuana lawyers out there, right? All of them. Who's auditing the state? Who's making sure that the money's going where it's supposed to go, being used where it's supposed to be used? I mean, we're taking state numbers and we're reading them, but who's auditing them? Who's seeing the money trail? Maybe we should get on some of these things, not for the purpose of harassing them, but because we have the right to know what we created and where it's gone. And why aren't we helping the people anymore as much as we used to? I hear so many people want to help the people quietly, silently, in the shadows, in the gray. I can't do that. It's just not an option. And I just can't do it like that. I mean, if I'm going to help somebody, I'm going to help them. And it's going to be open, and it's going to be honest, and it's going to be real. We're not going to meet somebody in an alley and give them some medicine. You know, we're gonna talk, we're gonna educate, we're gonna learn, we're gonna be educated. Because one thing I can tell you is, and I don't care what cancer it is, I don't care if it's lung cancer, I don't care if it's bowel cancer, I don't care if it's pancreatic cancer, prostate cancer, breast cancer. Although the results untreated may become the same, the ride to the end is going to be different for different patients. So we gain so much knowledge helping each individual patient. It's stupid. I mean, it's like, guys, they say education comes at a price. It's like free education. Come on. It's like free education. We're not paying for it. We're getting it. And we need to share that. Jeff's right. I want to touch back on that. I want to share that. I want to share that with my children. I want them to share it with their children. He's absolutely.
So you talked about your 9-year-old like understanding it as medicine, and one of my like really proud points last year was we went up to Entheo Fest with our kids. You know, my 6-year-old, he said he wanted to drive there every day for pizza that he got on the way out, and I was like, bud, it's like a 3-hour drive from home. He's like, I don't care, we'll do it every day, you know. So that enthusiasm, but the moral of my story, if you will, was the fact, you know, we were gathered at a place, again, celebrating entheogenic medicines, right? There as a family with my kids, they're like slacklining, blowing bubbles, and, you know, like having an awesome time. Well, there are, you know, politicians speaking in the background, as well as activists and support. And, you know, weirdly, my kids used to go to school in Indiana, and my oldest fully understood that my relationship with cannabis was something that he could not talk about over there, right? I'm actually pointing at Indiana right now. It's like about 2 miles that way. Yeah, yelling at those guys. You got Indiana normal sticker back there, I'll still fight for my brothers on that side of the line too, and my sisters. And but you know, his little tiny mind like was able to understand that this was something that's benefited dad's life greatly, you know, to a point where I told him at this point, statistically speaking, had I continued doing the things that I was doing at the time he was born, I would not be alive, because he's 12. So it's like always easy marker for when I stop doing bad stuff, you know what I mean? And he conceptually got all that at a really young age, because he's lived it his whole life. Now my other two have been raised, you know, in Michigan, largely did have the school carryover, but they were in like preschool at the time, and my youngest has only grown up here. So within their school system, we have met a ton of families who are involved, as I say, in cannabis as medicine, right? They are practitioners of old traditions. I said I've walked backyards of parents I've met through the school that have like pre-prohibition hemp strains that he's trying to backbreed into shit that has, you know, higher yields, higher THCs to start, you know, that is art, that is craft, that is love of the plant on like a level most people cannot even comprehend. When your buddy calls you and is like, come over at midnight and bring a headlight or wear a headlamp, and oddly I keep like a headlamp in my car as well as you know, an emergency flashlight that you can wind up, because you never know when the fuck you're gonna end up in the field at 1 a.m. and want to really check out some cool shit. But again, these are like, unfortunately, backwoods conversations, for lack of a better word, but a very accurate term, that don't hit the general population at any point. And what he's doing with genetics would be, you know, viewed from a production geneticist standpoint as kind of Frankensteinian shit, for, again, lack of a better term. But he's doing some really amazing things and conceptually understands the evolution of the plant's genetics from a legal and prohibition standpoint, which is a really deep level, you know. So when he's talking about pre-prohibition genetics, I got another buddy who's still on that side of the line, and he goes and cruises the Indiana Dunes, which, if you think about what Northwest Indiana is, so Lake Michigan dips down and then it cuts off that little chunk of Indiana, right? So there were railroads like a mother back through there, right? I-94. And so when hemp was still allowed to be all over our country and being transported, there were seeds dropping off of boxcars, right? And so in non-agricultural lands, meaning like some of the more protected spaces, you can still find like insane crops of essentially wild hemp, right? That's been, I mean, I wish I could show you guys, but he's, you know, finding like 20-foot stalks in the backwoods of the National Lakeshore. And so these are people who understand genetics just in a way that people can't. And, you know, like I said, my one buddy is part of the medical system here. The other is just an avid aficionado who lives on the other side of the line. But both of them understand, you know, conceptually the evolution of the plant's relationship to the structure of the laws in our country. You are not going to find that in any, there's, the pay grade doesn't exist in a commercial facility. You know what I mean? That's a passion and a love for something that, you know, it's like, it's a fucking calling, I guess, is to call it what it is. So when I talk about the intellectual drain that happens from further prohibitive processes within our state, that's what we're losing. That's what will be lost. You know, if that farm gets chopped down, that's fucking genetics that literally you cannot get back, you know, and that could greatly benefit mankind as a whole if you could get them out to like the broader market and have some conversations about what these things really mean. And we can't lose any more of that stuff here in this state. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Jeff, I think it goes back to what you touched on. And to take it just a step further, you just said that that's backwoods, you know, backwoods operations, you know, and off the pay scale. And let's keep that in mind when I make this point. Earlier in tonight's show, you said that you were talking about the knowledge and the sharing of the information. Angel was talking about the farmers markets, et cetera, et cetera. We'll just surmise this a little bit. But just imagine if that wasn't backwoods or backyards and the caregiver was allowed to treat their patients without being harassed or shot down or and I don't mean shot as in a gun, I mean, you know, just put down. And those guys could step forward and they could work with the caregivers. And that just touches on that knowledge again. And these are the people, I mean, and I've said this again on this show, we all know voters. Every one of us knows other voters, and we all know pro voters. But the problem is that I found, and if you look at the voting numbers, is more people don't vote than do vote as a rule in non-presidential elections. You know, so that's another problem that we're faced with. And that's why I need to go back to the referendum to bring it back to the farmers market and the co-ops and the caregiver stations. Because, you know, if we get a referendum together, you know, the state's going to listen, number one. But we need the signatures. So what I'm posing is anyone out there listening, or maybe listen the next day or two, if you've got some ideas or some experience, you know, let us know, because, you know, we'll help you. We'll put a team together. Let's get some signatures. Let's have a referendum. Let's bring it back to caregiver status. And as Angel said earlier in the episode, you know, they got what they got. Let them have it. let's just work on two different sides of the aisle and together at the same time. And let's just live life. Let's just live life like it was. It's just
So,
that easy.
As we were kind of trying to structure and plan an event, and on that note of votership, what we found were, and we still have conversations with folks, there's like a lot of landowners, property owners who were like really supportive of the concept of doing like kind of medical retreat, wellness, holistic things. And the hang up for most of them that we always ran into was, well, is this licensed? Now, if you look at like the structure of and definition of how like, the CRA, and again, I'm not a legal expert by any means, but if it's less than 500 persons or whatever the threshold that's been put out there, then you kind of fall under private property use. But then marketing, it gets wonky, and then certain jurisdictions have different viewpoints on cannabis as a whole. So the shitty thing is about that, and it touches on this, there are people who are supportive who are not, what I call cannabis people. They just happen to have really cool spaces that and again, there's a little bit of a dollars and cents involved, but when they found out what Jenny and I were involved in and what we do, I mean, we literally had someone a couple weeks ago who was like, we'd like to get together and talk to you about using our 100 acres to host people and blah, blah, blah. And so there's a supportive community. Now, does it make a majority? I don't know, because I'm not out there polling. I know within New Buffalo, we're still like 60-40 if we're even in favor of having cannabis anywhere around this town. So it's like a really, tight margin and decision. But there are supportive pockets who are willing to use their land and their space to host folks who are enthusiastic about the wellness and health concepts behind entheogenic medicines, right? That's not a fucking bad thing. I just use a lot of words to say, to do the dance, you know what I mean? But words mean something, and that's what we are. We are supporters of plant-based fucking wellness. And again, each of us has our own little areas of expertise, none of which are mine, but I love listening to y'all. And we found a lot of people support that, people who I didn't think would support it, and then you start talking to them, and then sometimes there is a cannabis link somewhere down the line. Well, yeah, I started using CBD to help with my kids. I started using, a lot of time that's like the toes in the water, which is awesome because it was kind of made more readily available at the national level, right? But that's where that support comes from. Again, they're doing it in the back pockets of things, right? But then as you talk to them a little more deeply, there's a reason for their connection. So I think referendums are a great idea to throw it to the people. What do you support? And the concept of wellness and health and putting that in one space to make it readily accessible to the population, in my should never be a fucking bad thing.
Jeff, you got a shirt over your right shoulder. Is that a shirt?
Oh, this one? Yeah, that's
Why do you got that?
That's Josie's.
Why do you even got it, man?
This butt cancer one?
Yeah.
Well, so here, my my dad is a cancer.
No, you're missing me, Jeff. Why do you even got it, man?
What do you mean? I don't
Why
understand.
Are you even showing it today?
This one?
We're caregivers. We don't give a shit.
This one? This is my work sweatshirt, brother. I was down here working before. You see me stripping down?
No, I'm just saying, brother. I mean, that's a point, man. Fuck cancer.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see
Sorry,
that.
I didn't know.
Let me see that in the dispo. Let me see a dispo hanging that in their front window.
Yeah, and you know, I think do you know why they chose like this messaging for her charitable organizations? Because of the grab you, right? Because they understand there is a basis for what this plant has built and fucking done. I like your hat there, brother.
like that.
But yes, that's why we're here, because we don't like cancer.
Yeah, absolutely. MS, lupus.
I don't like those ones either.
Crohn's.
None of them.
Time, man. I mean, people with Crohn's spend so much time not knowing which direction they're going.
Mhm.
And yet they still have medicine from their doctor. You know, it's kind of funny. I mean, it's not that it's funny against them. It's just the analogy of it all. I mean, they would go to their doctor, they get their medicine, but they still suffer. And when they suffer, they take medicine. I mean, it's almost like Angel was saying earlier. It's a masking. It's a masking. We got a whole roll of masking tape, guys, and I'll mail it to you for free. Little bitty pieces. It's just that simple, man. I mean, that's how we get people awake. You go, we inform them, we knowledge them, we give them what they need, which is knowledge, which is empowerment, which is knowledge is empowerment. And without the knowledge, without this small group, guys, look at that. There's 4 of us here. There's 4 of us, and we're talking about caregivers and your health. Really let that sink in, and I don't want to sound pompous. But there's 4 of us, but you know what? I know there's 4,000 of us. I know there's 19,000 of us or 20,000 of us. And I hate to sound like Jimmy Hoffa here, but let's get them. We got the numbers.
I hope we're not down to like 18,000 by the time we're talking about all this. Really,
We still got the numbers. Let's go.
Yeah. So let's get it back up to 20 and 25, right?
Exactly that, Jeff. And we can. And we can. I truly believe that it can happen if the right message starts being supported, being the intent of the MMA to begin with, and the ins and outs, so that people remember what that law even is, or what it means, or why it even exists. We regain their trust, because that is why many have left. We regain their trust, and they're more likely to come back a little bit easier. It is a main reason why people have left. It's just not trusted anymore. So I can't be one. I guess it keeps being brought up in my brain because I, being who I am, I can't support something that's not trustworthy. And the MMA, in the right of things, has proven to not be trustworthy. It wasn't the ironclad that many felt that it was when it went forward. So I'm not one that can push the card anymore. I can't say I trust that, do that, that's what you should be doing. And I want to be able to do that again. I want to be able to do that again. I myself can't trust, and many others can't either. I think there are ways that we can bring the trust back. And I think one of those ways is to continue to talk about the medical benefits of the plant, hands down. Eagle touched on it a little while ago. And that was definitely one of the things that we talked about inside the offices a lot, whether it was inside an office or behind the glass. And that was our experience with and being real about it. You know, what's happening with the anxiety, what's happening with the depression. Being on the inside of the offices, I watched the THC percentage rise. And as the THC percentage rise, so did the patient's anxiety. And now these indica strains are no longer relieving the patient's anxiety. They're actually giving them anxiety, and nobody could really figure it out for a minute. And now, of course, we know what we know, and we know that THC isn't always the best thing to give an anxiety patient. Like, no, not. Still to this day, some of the stuff I've gotten the highest on was a 13% THC. Like, we kind of fucked up big time on that one. And if we keep that open communication, that open, honest communication with the people, as we learn, we teach, we put out, like we were before we really had our mouths closed for us, I think we can regain the people. We can bring the people back to the cards. I can feel comfortable sitting on a platform going, you know what, guys? Yeah, you got way better protection with that card in your pocket than you do if you don't. But we're back to a point where nobody even understands what the card stands for anymore. They have no idea.
So
remind them.
Just a little spitball kind of here on how we could possibly build the trust is, first and foremost, I think, you know, the caregivers have always been grateful to be able to be part of the system, be able to grow the plant, to be able to help people. I don't know one caregiver that hasn't been, yeah, I'm fucking, let me pay my taxes, let me fucking do whatever. I'm ready to join the system. You know what I mean? I want to fucking be part of this so I can move up to the next level. But there's always been obstacles. So I'm saying what Chuck's saying here. Follow the money. Why not say we're ready to fucking work with you, or you work with us? We're ready for inspections. If you want to fucking provide state testing for us all, you know what I mean? We'll bring it in. We'll give it to you. Let us fucking work with you. And then at that point, as far as like Angel, you're talking about, I think is we're losing touch with the patients because there's no fucking way to build relations with the patients. You know what I mean? There's no way for them to find us. There's no way for us to fucking build that relation because we're still scared because of fucking old segment with cannabis. We're going to get busted. Somebody's going to find out, whatever.
I haven't seen a caregiver billboard yet, Eagle. Not one caregiver billboard.
But if there was some type of fucking state, or it wouldn't even have to be a state website, but some type of place where they could find reliable caregivers that were afraid of the inspections and everything else. I'm in your area. You know, I'm fucking clean, tested, whatever. Fucking here you go. I've got X amount of room for patients. Let's work together. Fucking let's build some type of fucking trust network. You know what I mean? Why? I mean, I think everybody involved is ready to play, but nobody wants to know how to put it in place. So I think you're right, Chuck. You know, we've paid the taxes. They fucking follow the money and make sure they follow up on their end. I think that's fair is fair. You know,
I think it's always been about the money, Eagle. I don't care if it's marijuana, alcohol, pharmaceuticals. At the end of the day, there's a reason the state, even the feds support anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the money to operate. I mean, let's just be logical here for a minute. And without the money, they wouldn't have even, this would have never made the ballot. They'd have found a problem with signatures. You know, what's really funny is earlier today, I was reading Michigan. I was brushing up on my legislation process for the state of Michigan, and they put a little handbook out for students. And I thought that'd be a good basic one just to read up on. And one thing they said was pretty much right in the book, they just said, don't trust your legislators. You know, and then they gave advice how to talk to them. Don't yell at them, this, that, you know, get their attention, but whatever. But the point is follow the money, because chances are they don't want the money followed. There's just so much of it. Who wants it followed? There's a lot of money. If people really follow that, they're going to find some things out. Like any other industry. I'm not saying that because it's the marijuana industry. Like any other industry. I mean, they say the most ruthless cartel in the world is the banana cartel. I mean, come on, people ain't even heard of the banana cartel. And they say they're the most ruthless. You know, so it's just follow the money. I mean, follow the money. Any industry is the same. If you follow the money, they're either going to play along, they're going to get caught, or they're so squeaky clean. We may as well have services there on a nightly basis.
So, and even if it's about the money for them, I don't understand. You're only going to squeeze so much blood out of fucking a turnip. Especially the bigger the yard, the more they want discounts. You know what I mean? We'll come to your town. We want tax breaks. Well, now we're fucking losing.
Right.
If fucking we let all of us in, you can make much, the state could make much more money off of cannabis, letting us in. You know, like I'm saying, you're gonna make how much off it?
But you know what? Give us open books. Don't let us in and take our money.
Well,
let us in and give us open books.
That's what I'm saying, though. I mean, if we're passing our cannabis just like anybody else and we're paying taxes on it, you know what I mean? They're getting their chunk off it. They're making more off of more. You know what I mean? They're only the big boys are gonna expect tax breaks. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. And they always sell them the same way.
So I want them to fight as hard for us as we did for them. That's what I want. I want them to fight just as hard for us as we have for them, whether it be the politicians or it be the corporate store that just opened up under hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of licensing. There's a reason they're there, and the reason is the plant, and the reason is the people that have been on the grounds fighting this fight since minute one, many long before our days, let alone in the last 14 years in this state. I want them to fight just as hard for us as we did and would continue to do for them if they would just simply leave us alone. We can't hurt them. In essence, we can't hurt them. Under our original laws, the way that they are written, really, we can't hurt them. We're not touching their pocketbooks. We're not harming their dollar bill. It's not our fault that they chose to go spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on licenses. It's just not our fault that that was the road that they chose to take. They can't take it out on us anymore. They should be supporting us and help fighting for our little backyards and our little basements and our farmers markets and our parties and whatever mom and pop store that wants to pop up and open and take care of the people in their surrounding area. We're not hurting the big box. We've never really been able to hurt the big box. We still have Walmart, we still have Meijer, we still have McDonald's, we still have Taco Bell. We don't, the mom and pops don't hurt those in any area. Those still function. They can still function. Help us, help you, help us all, like we always have, so that nobody's getting in trouble anymore for growing a plant or healing the people around them in whatever means they see necessary or fit. They want an Apple store, buy a fucking Apple store. You want to put you have hundreds of thousands of dollars to put into a big licensing and a franchise and a this and a that. More power to you. Not all of us have that. And we just want a few plants to do what we've been doing for the last many years. And we've healed many while they've killed many. And I'm getting really sick of it again, to be honest. Really sick of it. We've got a lot of big box that comes in and swoops up the grassroots effort, whether it be Susan and her pink ribbon or it be our MMA. Big box comes in, swoops in, takes over, hijacks the whole thing, and it becomes the message that was not intended. They hijack the message. I think we should stop them doing that, bring them back to what we put forward, the MMA, stand up on it like we were supposed to, and not let them mess with it in the ways they've been allowed to mess with it, in, through, and around other laws that they've then enacted that we've backed through that allow them to dampen or damper, change up our original intent. The original intent of the law needs to be stood up on. And I think everybody should be standing up on it. It's what brought them here in Michigan. I'd only see it as fair. I'll fight for them again when they start fighting for me, I guess is what I'm saying. I digress.
Fair. Very fair.
I want to fight for them. I did fight for them. I fed them thousands and thousands and thousands of patients. I sat in a store 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, educating their people so that they understood our law as medicine and understood how to use the medicine to heal themselves. I did everything I was supposed to do to work with them and work it, and it backfired in very big ways, in ways that we knew it was going to backfire as it played out. And now here we are, and it's disheartening again. It's heartbreaking again. And I'm getting really sick of having to worry about taking care of the people around me that want my help, that want Chuck's help, that want to trust the medicine that's in, through, and around the caregivers, because we all know that nobody puts out medicine like the caregivers put out. Nobody puts the heart and soul into Chuck's medicine like Chuck does. I'll tell you that much right now. It's just the way it goes. And when that's what you're working for, when that's the spot that you're working from, the heart space in the plant, the medicine, the people, and healing the diseases and ailments, a corporate anything can't touch that. They're not working with the same crowd of people is the biggest point. We're working with a completely different crowd of people. Let us keep doing what we're doing. They can keep doing what they're doing, and nobody gets in trouble. There's room for us all, and I've said it since day one of our stores going forward, as 9 million of them popped up in the areas that would allow them. Everybody get frazzled. Oh, another store. They're going to take my money. No, they're going to draw a different crowd. They're going to draw their crowd for their medicine. Those people need medicine too. They're going to like that store. You guys like this store. It's all good. We all win at the end of the day. We all keep the cycle going. We all keep creating medicine. We all get to pay our bills and take care of the people. I don't understand what their problem is, to be honest. I digress.
You know, I always think it's funny and tiny bit ironic. If you would have went back and told about any of the 6th to 8th grade young versions of us males, all full of testosterone, beating each other up on the football fields and shit. Later in life, you guys are going to be passionate about flowers and growing them, and then just disappear and watch all their little heads explode on the thought of that. What? It's true.
Yeah. We've talked about that too, man, where the cultivation craft, understanding the plant from seed start, clone, whatever you're doing, to end result, to then furtherance of the process, you know, the making medicine from the medicine, which is pretty rad. That, you know, I said I almost daily, like, I hate to sound like the guy who says it does everything, but it does everything, you know. It's just got to be administered differently, processed differently, you know, whatever. And so, yeah, no, I can't say that I would have been this passionate about it, needing it as medicine, or sometimes not knowing I needed it, but needing it, and then getting to know it on all those other levels, man. It becomes in you, you know?
Never thought I was going to touch another plant again. I was going to continue with the information like I always had. Know what everybody was doing and what they had and how they were doing it, but I never thought I'd put my hands on another plant. And well, as you said, it's just in there like that. See all them babies back there behind Chuck?
Yeah, looking good, by the way.
Thank you. Teamwork makes the dream work, man.
Yeah.
And I think that transformation comes to when something Angel spoke about earlier, when you as you learn more about the plant and know how your relationship can be with it, you can use it for this, you can use it for that. I think that's as when you transfers from recreational to medical, you're like, wow, I didn't know, but yeah. I think, as you learn more about it, that's when it becomes more medical for you. I think that's
Becomes almost constant at a certain point. You know, I said, conversations I have with my wife are now, I mean, we were talking about like the fucking spirit of trees and plants the other night, and then endocannabinoid system tonight. And so it's a driving force there, right? And then when I come and hang out with Chuck and got to meet Angel and hang out for a bit, and the conversations about, cultivation medicine, the fuckery, I like to say that, in the world at large, and the lies we've been told, sold, and bought wholesale for a long time become overwhelming at some point. And this is such a simple thing. And that's what I always get back to, is the simplicity of this is what is undeniable for me. And makes it something that's very true and real is the simplicity of it. And so that I actually had, a doctor, not air quotes, he was a real doctor. Sorry. He actually was certified and trained. But what he told me about cannabis was that it's not good medicine because it's not directed. And I'm like, brother, you give me like 6 medications, each one of them for a different thing that's causing different things. And then you got to give me a different medication for the different thing that the medication's causing. I mean, this shit's getting nuts, right? So I'm going to go with the shotgun approach of cannabis because it seems to be doing a lot of shit and all of it good. And so let's take that direct route and explore it for a little bit, right? And so what he termed not good medicine, because of its overarching ability to do many things, I think is exactly what makes it great medicine. And so, that's been like a little bit lost on us too. You know what I mean, man?
Yes, a lot. Not a little bit, a lot, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
My battery's gonna die. Not to interrupt, but I'm gonna interrupt because I gotta get my charger to plug in, and I'm gonna make Chuck and I some coffee right quick.
Okay, I got the water. As far as I take it. But any case, get back to the medication and everything we were just talking about, and it's gonna die. And I gotta think that our politicians are smarter than we're giving them credit for. And I'll tell you why. And I think everyone here can attest to the same thing. I didn't need a card. I didn't need their approval to go get medicine before the law was enacted. And, I didn't need it, but yet I had it. So again, I think we're only going to lose medicine if we don't follow the money. And I hate to be repetitive on that, but I think that at this point of the game, with the expansion of the industry inside of the state of Michigan, to be as large and massive as it truly is, and it's large and it's massive, I think that we, the people, we have the right to an audit, but maybe we don't need to go that far. What about a citizen advisory board? Maybe someone needs to put something together to offer that up, because maybe the citizen advisory board don't need to be there to watch the state. Maybe they need to be there to learn, educate, share, and spread knowledge. That's just off the top of the head thought, but there's many things, but citizen advisory boards are up for, they're out and about all over this great nation for many, many different reasons. And with the split that we're having, with the drop in the number of caregivers, there's one concern to me there. Is that a political pick of sides? Okay, because who's standing up? Who's saying no more? And if it is a biased political pick of sides, then hell yeah, let's follow the money. Okay, that's where I'm at with it, gentlemen. Because it was bought and paid for. We all know it.
Yeah, I think some of that, is just the decline in caregiver numbers mirrors, decline in patient numbers, which again is certain people maybe feeling like there's not a need because of accessibility. But then that maybe that means their caregiver wasn't providing what they needed in a way, and that exists too. But no, I think as the medical side is getting eaten up entirely, you know what I mean? And it's money. It's money, brother.
I know. Time. I know. I think it goes back, Jeff, to this. You ready? Everybody gonna call me nuts. It happens all the time, though. I love it. Let us fail on ourselves. Let us fail by ourselves. Let us fail for ourselves. If we're gonna fail, if they're so damn sure we're gonna fail, let us do it. I agree with Angel. Let us have, and you, less than 500. Let us have our events and leave us alone. Let us help our patients and leave us alone. But damn it, it's our investment. It's our property. It's our basement. It's our yard. It's our garage. It's our investment doing it. It's our light bill.
Well, and farmers markets exist all over Michigan for various products and stuff, which again is a good educational point to learn about what you're eating and consuming, and seeing some hands-on cultivation of those things and raising. I mean, in fact, we have a really rad state where you can find almost anything you want that's like handmade by your neighbor, and by neighbor I mean someone within like 30 miles of you if you look hard enough, right? And during the summer, I know like our area is fucking nuts with it. Now those are essentially wholesale places where residents of our state can go talk to people and then exchange merchandise and goods and concepts and all of these great things that are wonderful about being in America, right? And do so at a very local level. So it's community supporting community, dollars within place, which, all of these things strengthen, right, as a whole. And so structurally, a lot of this is like, degradation of that direct consumer involvement with the providers. And that's like a grander picture. That's not just the cannabis industry. I mean, that's kind of societal issue. But the problem with the cannabis industry being not hands-on in that capacity is that this is an emergent thing. And so, Angel was talking about it earlier, where I think she was talking about how people just don't know they have a medical need for it yet. So maybe they retired from their job that makes them take drug tests or whatever. So now they can start consuming, and maybe they find they like cannabis better than the 14 Budweisers a day that they were drinking after third shift. So now let's explore cannabis oils and so that's where that shit's just lost, because they're gonna go in there for the quick turn, man.
So I just want to throw this in. It's just as far as like kind of mixing a few things you're talking about. We're talking about trying to bring the caregivers and patients together so we can at least, let them know that there's availability out there. You've also mentioned events. Now, if the state would let us in or work with us, why couldn't we at that point, just like any other trade, any other business, why couldn't we have a kind of job fair or, caregiver expo to where we could have patient caregiver interaction and, kind of screen out the caregiver samples, talk with them one-on-one about what they could provide patients, see if there was a network that could work for them. You know what I mean?
Well, and yes, absolutely, brother. And I think there needs to be a space that provides that, direct interface in that capacity. And as we talked a lot as caregivers, we kind of do have some specific specialties, different knowledge, different genetics, techniques, processes, all that stuff. And so craft expo of craft makers, that's how we see it in our eyes. It's no different than any craft expo. There are working booths at any little arts and crafts vendors fair you go to around Michigan at any time. They are artisan craft makers doing their trade, which is what we do. It's small level farming with a medical lean is the way I kind of always look at it. It's, half agricultural, half medicine man, right? And we should have our space, and we don't, that shouldn't be a threat to anything,
Well, that's the problem. Even if it's not a threat, it's perceived as a threat, or it's sold as a threat. People are in fear. And Jeff, you've known me well enough now. I don't fear. And that's probably half of the problem I have in my mind over this is fear what? Like I said before, they wanted me to have that piece of plastic in my pocket. I never had an issue. In fact, I'll let the whole world in on a secret. Every year, I smoke 20-year-old weed one time a year. So it's just really been like that. And I've been doing that for a long time, everyone. So I really don't understand what we're even fighting about, because I think that it's as simple as accountability versus arguing. And I think that and I'm going to say this out loud, how dare I, with the pretend created fear that they've instilled with the complicated and confusing and big words among the common citizen, and putting Section 4 and Section 8 in the back seat and not talking about it anymore. And the fact that back in the day we had legal that would actually volunteer their time and help you. And I can name several. If you got in trouble over medical use of marijuana. Because the trouble wasn't trouble, it was the legal law. And that's how it was once looked at. Now, I got some bad news for the legislators and for the CRA, and I hate to say it that way, and for everyone else. It's still a law. It's still on the books. Okay, end story. What I don't understand and I want to find out about is how the hell did we take, and I hate to keep showing it, but I have to, something this so simple. That simple, guys. It's on one piece of paper and it don't even fill it. How did we take this proposal? I'm still looking at the part on here that says, oh, and by the way, on proposal 08-1, formerly known as Prop 1 of 08, in 10 years from now, we're going to add laws that have nothing to do with the title of this law to this law. We're going to make a legislative initiative to permit the use and cultivation of marijuana for specified medical conditions also apply to recreational marijuana use. And they're gonna lump it into one. They're gonna lump it into one, and I gotta call it out, and I'm sorry. They're gonna lump it into one because it was larger. And because it was larger, it was more valuable. And because it was more valuable, I mean, come on, guys, I've said it before, the dispos are dropping medical. Like the plague, like the plague. They're just dropping it. Why? Because they're being sold. They're being sold to drop it. There's just more money for everyone. Now I agree with Angel on something as well that I want to touch on. What does it hurt for, okay, I'm not going to call out by names, but what does it hurt for the larger companies to put on each shift one of their workers, just one, knowledgeable, educated, and trained, with a little corner over there. I don't care if it's a damn curtain hanging from the ceiling that they pull around a desk, with a little corner over there. And when that medical patient walks in that door, why can't that person just step out from behind the counter and go handle that medical patient one-on-one? How is it going to hurt them? How is it not going to benefit them? I know they're thinking about dollars and cents, but the problem is they're thinking about dollars and cents for next week. They're not thinking long run. It's only going to help them. It would only help them to have a medical corner. Hell, call it the medical corner. We have a medical corner. You know, and I really wanted to get that out there, that it's really that simple across the board. And it was really as simple as those words, but somehow in 18, and I'm sure they're going to claim supermajority of the legislators voted for it. But what did they vote for? That's my question. What did they vote for? And did we have public discussion? Because I can't find it. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong places. If anyone out there knows where it's at, let me know. How did we vote to say, let's change the people's vote? Okay, let's not strengthen it. Let's not add conditions to it. Let's just make it about medical and rec. And by the way, the hell with medical. Rec pays 18%.
So, and on that note, I mean, even as what was touted to us as the recreational rollout, like I remember, you know, I talked about the catchphrase of like the craft brew model, where it was supposed to be like small licenses, et cetera, right? And that was the conceptual rollout. Maximum of a 2,000 plant license with non-stackability, right? So it doesn't matter at what point it was rolled out, because, or how, or whatever, because at this point all of it's been corrupted and allowed to just run fucking free anyway. And so, you know, at a time where this shit's happening on this side of the line, on our side of the line, we're still feeling afraid, feeling like you gotta, you know, I personally was very fucking quiet about the fact that I've been involved in the medical cannabis community up until probably the last 18 months of my life. And again, some of our, call it coming out of my fucking hole talk, you know, Chuck coming out of the woods, we got different phrases for why we rolled out of where we rolled out of, but some of that was, you know, personal sport. Feeling that we were coming into like a persecutorial era again. You know, there was actual proposed legislation that was targeting where, how, and what we could do as caregiver cultivators. Now, the silver lining of some of that proposed legislation was that it allowed caregivers to be part of, you know, the system, right? With reduced license fees, as I remember, and, you know, but the issue with it was about where you could cultivate. So if you didn't have your structure set up in one of these pockets where it was going to end up being approved, i.e. like commercial or agricultural land, then then you're back at square one and trying to find a new fucking facility and build shit out when we're already broke. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't like a win all around. And Eagle, you were talking a little bit about like just allow it to be like testing and participation, which then might bring some caregivers into facilities, which like I have a good buddy who he was a very active participant in the overages era, and he always describes it as put the bag in the locker or whatever, take the ticket number, send it out for testing, get the call back once it was clean, and probably fired, knowing him. I'm just going to throw that in there too. And so now there is a very craft product that was, made as part of a medical system, but happened to be in excess of what his patients needed. And he wasn't like banging a ton of weight in there. It was overages. It was little bits here and there. And that creates a boutique craft marketplace as well. And so, I'm always back to dollars and cents, because that's what moves and motivates any market, our legislative systems. I mean, to say otherwise is just fucking nonsense. But what if they did allow this shit in and created a craft connoisseur market and harbored that? So take all of us medicine people off the plate, because now you're not getting in trouble with the FDA, and you're not, it regulates the conversation. Let's talk about craft products, and that's like a cornerstone of the caregiver realm, right? Legacy cultivators, legacy processes. I find it fucking hilarious that like I've had about 85 conversations about old school hash recently, like old school hand processes. We've been talking about the using the electromagnetic metal fucking sieves on a bed sheet, and then upscaling that to some shit I didn't understand about electromagnetic swirling. But essentially these are really old processes, right? Like bubble hash. So let's look at the whole hash rosin revolution, where people are understanding that there are better ways to achieve products that are just kind of fucking fun to consume, right? But let's consume a better product. And then Angel, that kind of ties into what you were talking about, where maybe then you find a medical need, right? So maybe smoking flower didn't work for someone, and they start finding the world of cannabis oils through something like a hash rosin cartridge, which is a very easy consumable product that your baseline consumer can get in touch with a handmade good product. And but all this requires a line of conversation and interaction, and that's what the baseline is.
I've got a great idea that's almost too good for the air, actually too good for the air, but I'm going to share it anyway. This is honestly something that I believe that needs to be done. So let's be realistically about the fail rate of some of the caregivers aspect. One is cost. Cost is next to shit right now, although I do personally believe it will recover in time. But patient to patient, who, as we've all pointed out, the patient caregiver network is next to nothing. There's no network there. So on top of that, when the caregiver is lucky enough to find one of these events that we're talking about, 9 times out of 10, the event is so fucking taxed for the caregiver / vendor. You know what I mean? $2,000 a fucking table or whatever. It's hard to fucking regroup that cost to become and then compete at market, you know what I mean, next to nothing prices. So there needs to be some kind of outlet for the caregiver without that grab there. And I think a great way to do that would be for the caregivers to come together in some type of nonprofit organization, to where the nonprofit held the event for the caregivers that were a part of the network were able to come and table and vendor. The nonprofit makes money off of the people coming in and sponsors. You know what I mean? That goes back into the kitty and for the next event. So the caregivers and the people that supported it and are, you know what I mean? The caregiver network, they continue to be able to table for next to nothing and have the outlet, patient to caregiver outlet that they need, because a lot of it is killing us. We've got electrical costs killing us now. You know what I mean? The caregivers need a fucking break. So if we could organize somewhere, provide a quality, trusted network, as we've pointed out, why couldn't the nonprofit be a respectful, open, you know what I mean? Open network where they, you know what I mean? Everything's transparent, you know what I, but we have a shot, you know what I mean? We are sustaining ourselves through the events.
There's only a few of us, Eagle. There's only a few of us
come
with
together
that
in the
thought, with the
network.
thought process, brother. There's only a few of us that remain with that thought process, what you just said. I mean, it goes right down to the event locations when you want to use that as an example. I'm not going to use names here, but there's a recent nonprofit closed down, working under the model that you just said, but there was one problem. In my opinion, other people want to point out parking, whatever. There was one problem. It got to the point of allowing people in for the money, like you said, you know, so much for the tables. And then they put product on their table that they weren't supposed to have out. So again, at the end of the day, that came down to the money. You know, that fella paid for that spot, came down for the money. He was allowed to put that product out. But ultimately it closed it down. And I think that too many people, one second, Angel, I'm sorry. Too many people will choose greed before the seed. And they will allow those things to happen. Even though they don't need to. Only because in that moment, that extra $300, that extra $700, that extra $1,000, that's all going to do something for them that week. So they're going to let what shouldn't be happening. Now, I'm not claiming sainthood here. That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying that's the reality of the situation. And those are the facts. Now, with that said, let's go back to caregiver situations. Just while everybody was speaking tonight, that's when this really came to me, is why did that 501c3 get shut down? It was greed. It was greed at the end of the day. It was done wrong over greed, fast, hard dollars. And that's what it was done over. Why are most of them that get in trouble done? Over greed. Why are they all at the southern area of the state? Proximity. No one here is stupid. So as caregivers, why don't we try to network in the north and stay away from turkey bags? Just a thought, guys.
The nonprofit network could also, because it was a self-sustaining thing, could also use part of that profit for awareness.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's so much good that can be done that's being overlooked because there's people. And the funny part, Eagle, is it don't even matter. Many of those people, I know the history of these people. And 20 years ago and 30 years ago, they'd want nothing to do with it. But today, they just want to help. They want to help, and something, everyone, I need to change the subject. I'm sorry, I just gotta say something for a minute. Preventatives. I haven't heard the word preventatives except out of one person, and that on the show. The fella that really helped me at the beginning of my journey is a non-partaker. On the same token, he's one of the best and hardest growers I'll ever know. Grows a quality plant, grows what he needs to grow, does what he does, helps people. But at the same token, he's decided, and his wife has decided each independently, that they were going to take a preventative. So they each take a gram suppository a day every day. Funny story here, just today, just this morning, well, probably yesterday, just yesterday morning, I was on the phone with him, and he said, yes, he said, Chuck, I got to tell you something. He said, yesterday, he said, I came in about 2 o'clock and I just wasn't feeling right. I sat down in a chair. And my wife asked me, she said, did you take your suppository? And I thought to myself, nope. And he said, after taking the suppository, 40 minutes later, I was feeling like $1 million again. So preventatives. And now the reason he's taking it is because they're getting up there in age. He's the man that showed me how to make the original RSO. And he says it's just a great preventative. How can he not take it as a preventative if he can help people with it as a treatment? So, you know, that's something that needs to be touched. Is cannabis is not just a medicine. It can prevent illnesses as well. And I think that people need to be made aware of that. All illnesses, no. I mean, there's internal illnesses where the chemistry is just to the point that cannabis, you know, is not going to prevent it because it's already there, or it's happening, or, you know, it's in the background and it's going to pop. But maybe it'll assist it, you know, help you with the symptoms, and maybe it'll fight it. It just depends on the disease you're having. But the preventative is just as important as the treatment, if not, and dare I say this, more important than the treatment. There are ways to consume cannabis without a euphoric effect. And people need to understand that. And that's an education that people need to understand. Just because it's marijuana, devil's lettuce, whatever you want to call it, you can take it without the euphoric effect, and take it as a medical, holistical preventative. So that's what I want to say about that. And I didn't mean to cut in on you, Eagle, there, but that almost got skipped, man. That preventative is more important, in my opinion, than treating the disease. Because if we can prevent the disease, we won't have to treat it.
Oh, that's a good point. We have spoke about the preventative part of it, and I'm right there with you. You know, we all take vitamins and everything else. If your body relates and can use it like that, why not?
Absolutely.
Jeff,
where you at on Angel? Where are you at on the preventatives?
I have spoke highly of it as a preventative since some of the beginning days. Sorry, guys. Since some of the beginning days. Once I learned of cannabis oil made with the Rick Simpson method, I realized how almost unimportant what we now call kind of novelty items like the edibles and, you know, the fun treats and the gimmicky, they're not gimmicks because it's still medicine, but, you know, the novelties is the best term for it. Chuck coined it perfectly, really. Novelties. Once I learned the oil, realized the novelty aspect that was happening, and how the endocannabinoid system actually functioned, realizing that we needed to keep that system fed just like we would keep our immune system fed with vitamin C. We take what we know. If we eat vitamin C, it's going to allow our immune system to work at its optimum level, and that's what's going to help prevent us from getting colds and flus and things of that nature. Once I learned that the beginning system of all systems is the endocannabinoid system, and that needed to be fed in the same way that we would feed any other system, is when I realized that it was actually a preventative. When I realized that the underlying cause of a thyroid condition is actually an inactive or underactive endocannabinoid system, it only made sense to my brain that it was acting as a preventative. We keep that system fed, ingesting the medicine, that is. We keep that system fed. It's run at its optimum level. It's the balancing and regulatory system to every system within our system. That means our skin, our brains, our organs, it's all a system. We keep it fed, it's able to do its job. The longer we keep it fed without interruption, the longer it's able to do its job without interruption and get into all of those systems, balance and regulate. And it typically starts with the systems that need balanced and regulated the most. So with that said, there can be things going on with inside of us, something I've always told them. We can have things going on that we're unaware of completely already. But if we're eating our daily dose of an oil, just like a girl would a birth control pill to prevent pregnancy, we can prevent a lot of things simply by taking that little baby daily dose. Per your pocketbook, in my humble opinion, if you don't have to take just a baby dose and you can get more medicine in, then by all means get more medicine in. But if you can just take a little baby dose every single day to keep the cannabinoids in the system and operating, we prevent all of the nonsense is the whole point to that. So as a preventative, absolutely. I don't like the word, but I've definitely preached it as loudly as I could to as many as I possibly could. We all should be eating the oil. We can have the edibles, we can have the fun, we can even kick back and sesh. I've said for a really long time, I can get you high as hell if that's what you want, but I can also heal your granny. It all depends on the conversation that we're having. There's lots of people that have a really good time with their pharmaceuticals. They get that Xanax, they eat that Xanax, they like their Xanax. There's nothing wrong with us liking our medicine. There's nothing wrong with us being able to sit around a table or even at an event, at a party, at a house, and have a good time while we all indulge in our methods of taking our medicine. Nothing wrong with it. And there's levels to this shit. Can not only get you high, I can heal your granny and she don't have to get high. Which conversation are we having? Preventative, yes, everybody eat the oil. In the stores, eat the fucking oil. And I mean it, eat the fucking oil. Just eat the fucking oil. Right, Chuck?
Eat the oil, take your medicine.
Fucking oil. Put that on this shirt right now.
Hold on.
Eat fucking oil. I used to make them all crack up in the stores. Like I'd get them all in.
Can't move very well. Hold on. Can you read it?
Yeah,
Yep, there you go. See right there, Chuck.
It's on the shirt, brother.
Yeah. And Angel, on that note, straight up, that falls under the what does it hurt? And then what benefits might you draw from it? So that's like an easy yes. And it's pretty easy to ramp up the dosing and start really small and have those conversations with people, which again, that's an important aspect of all of this, which we've all spoke about at length, is figuring out the dosing, because for certain, from one person to the next, it's not the same. There are no uniform things you can look at, like, body size, structure, weight, height. None of that shit factors in. And two of the smallest folks I know have the massive consumptive abilities. Three, actually.
I'll fill you 4. I'll fill you in on the 4th one later.
Yeah, I was actually, as I'm spinning in my head, basically all the fucking tiny people I know have really massive consumptive needs. And now what that affects is, medical efficacy too. And so, Chuck, where you talk about suppositories and delivery and bioavailability through different means, you know, a happy in between for the folks who aren't ready to cross the line to suppositories are things like the capsules that you were showing us earlier of your CAO. And, you know, I've talked to you about it, Chuck, and don't know if I have on the show, but we're like a cancer family, I call it, meaning like my wife's whole family's been decimated by it and at various levels. And then both of my parents are survivors. And so it's like, I call it a very real specter in our house and conversationally speaking. And so while my sister-in-law was at the end stages of what was like a really prolonged and ugly battle with recurrent and progressively worse malignant brain tumors, you know, we had found the Rick Simpson process by that point. We were also looking at things like the German protocol, which involves like bariatric chambers, hyperoxygenation, you know, alkalinity of the blood and certain things. But again, I end up sounding like the tinfoil hat dude in the fucking corner when I'm like, there's these things out here that are like curing cancer all around the fucking world. Like, you go talk to people who have done it, and it's hard. And so even people who love you, trust you, know you at all levels, we can't spin them all the time. You know what I mean? And but the taking the oil prophylactically or preventatively, whatever words you want to spin on it, is something that I have incorporated as part of my daily like necessity, you know, and I'm not doing massive doses by any means, but topical applications of your CAO with, you know, joint stiffness. I've had a few surgeries on different places and parts put back in that I broke over the years. That stuff right there. You know, I don't want to use the word miracle loosely, but man, that stuff greases up the joints really damn well. And been through a lot of different things and tried a lot of different stuff over the years, and it's actual relief, and it's regenerative relief, you know what I mean? And that's what yeah. And so, you know, it really does heal, help, and at a minimum make life suck a little bit less, right? Nose cream, you gotta trim that good, boy. Get it nice and tight, man. And all the phrases on the wall, I love you, brother. I do. It's like, that's a billboard
Okay, I gotta hold that thought a minute.
Right. Okay, now I'm on. Now I'm unmuted. Hold that thought, Jeff. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have to interrupt you right now because yes, okay, you might not know, but others watching and Eagle and others will know. Go ahead, tune it in right there. No crow's feet, please. No crow's feet. I've seen that, and we used to do topicals as face cream. First of all, this one is absolutely amazing for winter skin, for aging skin. It truly is. And I know skincare as well as I know cannabis is medicine, a former Sephora manager. So I know that shit too. And some know that I don't play when it comes to topicals. You can't get me outside of another very well-known topical in our lineup, in our history. The things that I've witnessed out of that product have been absolute miracles, hands down. Those who know. They know that I don't recommend another topical. I've seen them all. I've intentionally seen them all. I had the pleasure of seeing the topicals that were entered into one of the shows recently. And when I pulled the topical out, not having any idea that it was CAO, my first thoughts were, I loved the texture. I couldn't believe that it absorbed as quickly as it did. And then kind of my instant worry of what happens with this when it's warm outside. But that almost didn't matter because hands are one of my worst deals. Broke them several years ago. There, that's the organic cup judges there. There. Yeah, and I didn't have no idea at the time. I just happened to know now is all. These were my thoughts pulling these topicals out of the judge kits and seeing them. When I put this topical on my hands, I had the almost exact instant sensation that I had with the one and only topical that I would typically recommend. I couldn't even believe it because even with a million other topicals out there, there's great topicals, not knocking the topicals, and you just couldn't beat the one. You didn't beat it. CAO is amazing. Jeff, thank you for bringing it up because CAO topical is absolutely amazing. I do have a topical that I can recommend to people when they can't always get to say the ones that they would normally use. Oh, okay. I can, yeah, okay, we'll do that. Sorry. He's hooking me up. The point in the whole interruption is the people who have worked with me over the last many years know this about me. So where Chuck and Jeff may not know, others that are watching definitely do, and I will still rep that topical for the rest of my life. And we do have another topical that is amazing and highly recommended at this point, and that is absolutely 110% hands down CAO. You want relief, you want healing, you most definitely want to get with Chuck or myself, and I can lead you Chuck's way, and we can make sure that you get it. Winter months, the nose crow's feet, I'm telling you, the best cream there ever.
Yeah, I thought y'all were talking about trimming on the no crow's feet because that's where my mind goes. And so I don't want to see the little crow's claws in my buds either. Yeah, no, the skin benefits of it alone are amazing. But again, this is another like alternative, what I would call, application, which can have some really impactful benefits because by boosting the load of CAO in that delivery method, now you have the ability to help possibly affect skin lesions and heal wounds post-op. And the studies showing how quote unquote, the medicine that's being used now actually inhibits the healing process in a lot of ways. So like heavy opioids and certain things mask pain, but don't necessarily reduce inflammation, promote healing, and restore homeostasis. Angel and I were talking about acetaminophen and how terrible that shit is. And how it shuts down, not only your base pain neurons, it also has the ability to shut down the mirror neurons, right? Again, so we're taking a medicine that's broadly distributed to the whole fucking world, and that's cool with it, when it literally shuts down like empathy, as I call mirror neurons are the human ability to feel others' pain. So in the a more condensed version, that's empathy. That's like a basal human trait, and then some other creatures like, dogs, cats, dolphins, elephants, whatever, the things that like reciprocate and respond to love. Plants, you can tell when they're moody a little bit too. I'm pretty convinced. You can tell it when they're having a bad day. So, again, it's different delivery methods and access to, where if you take that topical up the base carrier load. Now you got some really, really good medicine that has no psychoactive effects. So it's not like you're getting, you know, zonked from, you could bathe in that, I'm pretty sure. And
I have.
I figured you have. Thank you, expert, for chiming in. And you're gonna get nothing but relief and positive effects. You know what I mean? And so that's pretty cool. And again, not a product that I think is pushed anywhere other than kind of caregiver spaces. I'm sure that, you know, whatever. I'm sure there's something out there, but largely we've seen them in that space, you know.
Unfortunately, you're correct. And again, no knocking ointments, because anyone that's trying is trying. Any help is help. I believe this. I'm a firm believer in any help is help in any situation. But unfortunately, with that, it's being commercialized. You're going to the dispos. They're selling you small quantities for high dollars with low MGs. The fact is, we need the full spectrum in there. We want the properties. We want to bring the swelling down. We don't want a THC ointment. We want a full spectrum ointment. And, you know, we're not going to get relief. We're in a placebo ourselves. I see it all the time. We're going to go to the dispensary if that's all we knew about. And we're going to give them that $80, that $100, that $120 for a little piddly jar. And we're going to convince ourselves, because our skin is moister, that the swelling's down. And really it's not, because there's not enough there for perhaps that injury, that problem. But we'll placebo ourselves for a minute. It's what we do. Then we'll convince ourselves as a consumer that, well, that wore off, I better go get a Vicodin. Okay, so you're right about the caregiver locale. You're absolutely 100% spot on. That oil right there has 3,200 milligrams, 3196 technically. We call it 32 because it just sounds so much better. That I made for myself. I didn't make that for you or for Angel or for Eagle. You know, that was designed. And let me rephrase that. I don't make that. My wonderful wife makes that for me. I made that for myself.
Love her.
She's great. And it worked. So it still works today is the point. Now, recently, and I want to report this, guys, we have a patient. Now, we made a 6,000 milligram jar for. Eagle, you've seen some of the pictures. He's far, far better there on the neck. He's convinced that they're dead and they're going to be 100% gone real soon. And that was a 6,000. That was almost twice the FICO. It's all medicine, guys. That's what the world needs to understand. It's all medicine, whether you wear it, whether you ingest it, whether you stick it up your butt. And I got to touch another subject, and I'm sorry, I don't even know if this is loud. Probably is. We're going to talk about female issues. I'm a man. I'm going to talk about female issues. Holy shit. Ladies, I've been married a long time, so I know all about female issues. When we get back to suppositories, there's also vaginal suppositories, cramping, hormone balancing, no euphoric effect done properly, feel good, just more energy, feel better, less bloating, less swelling. It's medicine. I mean, I hate to keep going back to it, but if that's not medicine, what is medicine? You know, if that's not medicine. And while I'm on the subject, I'm going to go one further, and I might get smacked for this one. Maybe not by this panel, but I might. Not even at home, somewhere else. The ointment that we're putting out has also proven 6 jars a year. That's 1 every 2 months. That's 4 ounces every 2 months. You'd have to do the math to figure out how much that is a day. It's very little. Has proven on some of our middle-aged ladies for at-home self breast enhancements. Sounds insanity. Proof's in the pudding, and I've got the proof.
Insanity.
And it sounds insanity, but now when you break down the science of it, it should. It absolutely should. That's what it does. And that was found by accident, by somebody wanting to try it. Found by total accident. But it works. It works, and people use it regularly for that purpose. So if that's not medicine, what's medicine? If curing cancer is not medicine, or stopping cancer, or extending life from cancer, that's your medical team. Your medical team, catch that phrase, hold on to it for a minute. Your medical team said, you're done. But then you continue on. If that's not medicine, what is medicine? I mean, Eagle, you got me really going on this medicine thing. But, okay, let's think about it. You got the guy having 100% paranoia attack, anxiety attack. And as Angel says, the plant, and I agree, Angel and I've had this discussion. The plants have been bred so far these days in search of the higher THC. And I get it. That's the rec side. I understand it. That we've lost a lot of medical benefit in other ways in that plant by manipulating it so far. But like she said, in the old days, you know, when it was 13%, 14%, you know, you get somebody with a serious anxiety issue. You may want to give them a low percentage indica. But today, that's not the case. And because the indicas are so powerful, you're actually looking for more of a balanced, maybe hybrid sativa, almost sativa leaning, maybe. I mean, you got to kind of go patient by patient. It might be indica leaning, it might be sativa leaning. Because again, I mean, it's individualized. Now, if being individualized for the person and for the problem is not medicine, what the hell is medicine? I want Governor Whitmer to come here herself, come see Chuck Archibald, and explain to me what medicine is. Because if that's not medicine, nothing's medicine. Nothing at all. And I think that the people of this great state, and I do think it's a great state, guys, and I'll tell you why. I've had a million opportunities to live elsewhere. I have lived elsewhere. I came back to Michigan, not because of marijuana, before marijuana. But I think the people of this great state really need to open their eyes. And again, on more than marijuana, I think that there's a lot of hoodwinking going on. I don't think so much of it is intentional. If you look at our ballots lately, you'll see we've had a lot of junior candidates. Those junior candidates are led by the senior candidates. They're issued handlers. So the senior candidates can count on their votes, count on this, count on that. And you'll notice that we've had a rotation last several cycles of junior candidates. It's not all about marijuana, I promise. It's about control. It's about getting agendas passed. That's just business. That's political business. We have to accept it. It's our job. This is a democracy. It's our job to make the change. I'm not saying take up arms. Don't nobody get crazy on me now. But it's our job to make the change per the Constitution. And we have the power. And again, I don't want to sound so old-fashioned, but I'm going to sound old-fashioned. We got the power by numbers, guys. And I know this sounds crazy because everybody's been yelling and screaming for so long now. And maybe that's the problem. I tell you something else that just made so much sense to me today that it's stuck in my brain. If you're going to lobby your legislator, do it with a couple of well-informed people, privately and quietly. Don't do it on the steps. Don't do it with a bullhorn. This was in that manual I told you about that was issued to students about the practices of legislation. And I thought to myself for a minute, How correct? You know, how correct? What does the mob really get other than the headlines? You know, it just really got my attention. I thought back a lot of years about a lot of things. What did the mob ever get? What's the mob getting now? What's the mob getting these riots? Headlines. That's what the mob gets. And then I thought back when I used to be a boss, and I thought to myself, who did I respond best to? Did I respond best to the raving lunatic, or did I respond best to the guy that came and knocked on the door calmly and said, boss, I need to talk to you a minute. I got this problem at home and it's costing me an extra $30 a week. Can I get a raise? That's the guy I wanted to talk to. I didn't want to talk to the guy come in screaming at me because I had no time for him. He was all upset about something that had none of my business. It wasn't even my problem. And I think that is something that needs to happen by many, many people in the state. Many people, a lot of people. Calmly contact your legislator. Let them know it's medicine. Let it be. You guys passed it. I want to show you again. I'm sorry. I'm going to show it again. Here it is. Medicine, 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 medicine. It is medicine. Is what it is. Medicine. Marijuana for medical conditions. End of story. I'm tired of talking about that one. The feds aren't coming in. They can get the hell out. We got a state constitution that says they're not coming in. It has nothing to do with the marijuana law. It has to do with the Constitution. We are protected. Every state's constitution is protected. We're protected. It hasn't been attacked. It won't be attacked. It's done. It's over. So the hell with all of them. It's medicine. Everybody take your pill. Eagle, you heard me before. I think the federal government, if they really want to sponsor it, buck up and send everybody a dose a month, a dose of oil a month. Forget the cash handouts. Send them some oil. They'll feel better. They'll be more productive because they're going to feel better. And if they're be more productive, they're going to work more. If they're going to work more, you're going to get more taxes. Be smart. Be logical.
Up for fucking president. I like your stimulus program. I'm behind this one. Yeah. You got my hands.
If they only wanted us healthy, right?
You just say the word, brother, and we'll find some billboards and shit and do it old school, all right?
Right on. Hit the run the shoe leather, man. Hit the doors.
You know, part of cannabis as a medicine. Part of cannabis as a medicine is, you know, there's a lot of studies to say that we talked about the delivery method. You know, the delivery method that we choose to use to ingest our cannabis is only really scratching the surface of the power of the plant, to be honest with you. There's ways through like suppositories and stuff like that you know, do bypass the liver and allow more into your system and allowing it to be more effective that way. But the more we process the plant, because we're taking it to temperature, we're driving the molecule further down from start, you know what I mean? Instead of a natural wave like juicing or maybe cold pressing of the oil and stuff like that, more natural ways, unheated ways, the body can actually use it more of a medicine. So at one point, I think, well, I don't think, I meant we talked and you said, we talked about how could we make cannabis, how to bring it to more people and erase that stigma, because most people have, when they think about cannabis in general, they picture the plant and then the stigma, you know what I mean, kind of kicks in their brain. So maybe we should, you know, again, change some of the ways we approach the medicine, as you know what I mean, edible ways, non-processed forms, you know what I mean, show people the power of the plant through more effective delivery methods besides taking it to the psychoactive THC level. You know, as you've kind of pointed out, topicals, stuff like that are very effective. Why? Because they haven't been taken, they've already, well, sadly, they've probably been taken to that point of close to THC, but it isn't reiterated. You know what I mean? It isn't driven further down the molecule chain that way. It's more absorbed and so more of a natural process. So
well, now, Ego, they do got the nanos, the micros. the patches, the THC patches. But be careful with what you're wishing for, because I just heard something scared the hell out of me when I heard you say it about the processing down. What I'm hearing is this, you ready? I'm hearing THC being pressed into an aspirin style pill by a pharmaceutical company.
Scary.
Oh,
That sounds like an anxiety pill, is what it sounds like. That sounds like a recipe for
You know,
anxiety.
the hell with Marinol, man. I mean, it's made so similar to aspirin. So similar.
There was something else they tried to develop for appetite suppression. So after they discovered the endocannabinoid system in whatever the early 90s, there were two like baseline dates that are used for the discovery of the two known endocannabinoids, right? So then they started, and again, this is the public, I'm just going by the timeline of what's publicly made available, right? Okay, so let's use those baseline dates. There was something else that was developed for like appetite suppression or whatever, but that one didn't end up working out, and there were negative side effects and whatever. But it comes back to anytime we try to do better than what the plan already does, we can't, right? Or you're getting a single use function out of, like I said, our multi-use tool. And so this is a hell of a multi-use tool. So why relegate to a single function in use? That shouldn't be the case. And so I forget what we were talking about. It's getting to be that point. But anyway, I hit that one. But you know what I'm saying.
I was kind of suggesting by keeping it in a more natural form, more full spectrum, we could show the healthy power through like cannabis smoothies and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Instead of, again, making it more of a high. You know what I mean? Again, you're taking it more as a preventative, or you're using it more full spectrum by keeping it in its natural form. I think would again help raise some of that stigma that you're using cannabis just to get high. If you're using it in its natural form, you're not getting high off it. Flat out, you're not getting high off it.
So I got an idea. Why don't everybody blessed with a grandmother today that smokes cannabis show up there tomorrow with a doobie and see how many grannies are willing to smoke and get rid of that stigma.
That's changing every day. I can point out that all of us on the panel are fucking grandfathers or grandmothers. So I don't think that challenge is going to be pretty well accepted. It's going to be like, damn, you came prepared.
Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm always 18.
Great grandmas.
There you go.
Wait,
I'm always 18 in the mind. Always.
Are you saying I got to go like walk around town and find a random grandma to smoke a doobie with? I mean, I might end up having the police called on me, brother. If I just start, well, hey, Granny.
No, I'm saying, how the hell are we going to beat the stigma if they're not willing to even look at it?
So, talking about like juicing and those things, wouldn't that be pretty rad if like you could just sit at the farmer's market with your juice cubes and explain to people what they are and how they work, and again, not like, I mean, hell, that one, like I should be able to go right into the little farmer's market here with no issue, concern, or whatever. But as soon as anyone sees a cannabis product at things like that, then it becomes like a regulatory issue, and that's what's fucked, because that stuff really does nothing but benefit you. We were talking, or I mentioned earlier, the alkalinity changes in our system, which can benefit you when you're trying to fight cancer and certain diseases, and that juicing is an integral part of achieving that means. So achieving that end. So yeah, man, those
And
need
I've
to be
heard
part of the
that,
conversation.
like juicing being good for Crohn's, tightening up teeth, making your nails thicker. You know what I mean? So they're not as brittle, getting rid of the fucking toe funguses and shit like that. There's tons of benefits from, those juice cubes and stuff like that.
I
It
hate to
is
keep
an
going back to
amazing
the
plant.
back door, but I gotta show the crowd something, Eagle.
Go ahead.
We spoke about suppositories, guys, and then I know some people are gonna Google it and they're gonna think, oh my Lord, that takes a lot of work to make. I want to show you a trick. Oh, I'm not gonna show you a trick. Not live on air anyway.
It's not on
You ain't
application,
good looking
is it?
enough, Eagle. Long of it short, a lot of people, a lot of patients. This is a 3/4 gram capsule. This one's just a touch bigger. And it's a full gram. A lot of people take their suppository by capsule. It's a simpler process. It's a less costly process. You don't have to use a gel cap. You can use a veggie cap. That works just as well. It's an immediate oil disbursement within minutes. And I just wanted to point that out because there's a lot of people that look at making the suppositories as well, or how am I going to get the suppositories without them melting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That capsules themselves will work just as fine because at the end of the day, it's about the oil.
So if you were, and then I guess, is it a glycerin base when you actually do try to fucking make it into like a suppository instead of a capsule?
No. Unfortunately, glycerin is going to cause a bowel movement. And that's the last thing we need. We need that medicine to absorb. No, it's all natural, all organic. It's organic ingredients such as coconut oil, organic coconut butter, organic beeswax, just a minute amount, some vitamin E, just things that are all good for the body by themselves. And then enough to bind the oil up, on the dosing, and that's kind of deriving the ingredients that she uses as far as how much. I mean, obviously a gram stick in a 2.4 gram mold is only giving her 1.4 grams to work with. Probably 1.2 because she's not quite to the top ever. But no, it's just an all natural thing. But a lot of people get they get false evidence appearing real. They get fearful that they're difficult, and they're truly not. Anyone can make them. My wife has talked to people on Zoom and over the phone. She Zoomed somebody on how to make them one time. She talked them right through it over the phone one time. It's a very simple process. It's a very simple process. And I think that these are the ways. I think what you're saying, what Jeff's saying, what Angel's saying, I think those may even be more the ways to get more people involved and more people speaking up, is if we can get more people utilizing the medication, not to get high, but utilizing the medication in a therapeutical effect or manner that gives them improvement or health benefits. And now maybe those people will come forward and help with the word as well. I mean, there's just so many different angles we can go at this to get people involved. It's just a guy like me, and I know I'm the eternal optimist, and I'll say that all my life, I think. But I believe anything can be done. I mean, come on, man. We got a robot on Mars sending us pictures back.
Sure about that?
Am I sure?
Yeah, I think that might just be out in the studio somewhere. I've been trying to convince my 12-year-old that there's a dome and the moon's a projection and all kinds of shit. Where I'm having a really good time with him right now of trying to throw concepts like that. So,
Hey,
yeah,
a great one I had, Jeff, that you got to share if you got one willing to buy it, was it's still legal to sell your children in Texas.
okay.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
was always good. That carried on till I think the youngest was 9 and the oldest was 13.
I'm gonna throw that in the Google search bar so whoever hits the feed next on all the linked devices will be really wondering about some shit tomorrow.
It
Sorry, I'm
Texas,
jumping way off medicine there.
it kept Texas out of the vacations.
That's hilarious. No, we don't want to go there.
But in any case, no, any way we can get people looking at it as a medicine, a topical, a suppository, something for female menstrual issues. Anyway, any way at all, I'm down with. Wound management. Someone touched on wound management. I think it was Jeff. Have a patient. Her name's Edna. She had an open sore from her knee to the top of her foot for 10 years. 10 years. And this is fact. I can get Edna on the show. For 10 years. They told her, now they already amputated her right leg at the knee, below the knee. They told her, and they took the front half of her left foot. But she didn't want to go without both legs. But they told her, we're sorry. You have cellulitis and there's nothing more we can do, and we're taking that leg right below the knee like your other one. She really used the oil and the ointment, and for the first time in 10 years, that wound closed up. That wound's closed today. She didn't lose her leg. Her doctors are very well-known Michigan doctors. They said, look, we know what you're doing. Just don't tell us and do what you're doing. You're going to be okay. Because if you tell us, you have federal insurance. She's retired. You have federal insurance, and it has to go into your medical report. And so they were that honest with her. But the fact is it closed the wound. It closed it. It didn't make it look better. It closed it. She had skin for the first time. Ego, when I saw this lady, ligament on the outside of her body every time her foot went like this.
What did the wound do? I mean, obviously it wouldn't close, and it probably wasn't infected. So
it closed in at each edge. It closed in underneath in the right. It's like the skin almost wrapped underneath and connected to itself on both sides of her ligament. Everybody thinks that that's their shin bone right on the edge of their leg. I got some bad news for you. That's a ligament. That little one you feel right on the edge of your shin bone, that's a separate ligament that rides alone. It's attached at the bottom and the top. So that was actually protruding. And I don't want to be so graphic, it was awful. And every time she'd move her foot, you'd watch the bone on the outside of her body go up and down, or the ligament, not the bone, the ligament. And inside of a week, 8 days, that wound had its first skin in 10 years. Now, other than the ointment, she also took some oil, warmed it up just a touch, and put a light coat on, right on the ligament. And Angel knows me, but I'm just gonna say it like it is. I'm gonna tell you the truth, whether you want to hear it or not. I had no idea what the hell I was talking about at the time. It was a dire situation. I'm not going to go into a personal situation. It was a real dire situation, and I had to come up with something. I convinced her to try this oil with bandage while she slept. Convinced her to shower and then wear the ointment 3 times over 12 hours throughout the day, and to repeat that process 24 hours for a week. I asked her to give me that long to try to make that wound better. And lo and behold, it was a transparent, pinkish, not pink, but pinkish. And I don't know if it was pinkish or maybe there was life underneath again, covering over that ligament. And it's just absolutely amazing. So now, how do I not call that a medicine. Do I call that a miracle or do I call that a medicine? I'd rather call it a medicine.
This is kind of like fucking with me a little bit because it's conversations like this. We talk about how do we spread the word.
Yeah, I'll send you a copy of the, hold on, Eagle. I want to send you a copy of the deck. I don't want to go into detail here, please. I want to give you send you a copy of the deck from the production. She's actually in the production.
So I wish like this kind of conversation right here could have saved myself a lot of angst back in the day. Well, a lot of what you're describing kind of reminds me of an incident that I went through 2010-ish, where I almost lost my left leg and died for a couple of minutes. Ultimately, later on in the story, from the last surgery for a couple of minutes because of anesthesiology bullshit.
Yeah.
But initially I cut my left leg from some glass. Okay. First time I cut it, it was pretty bad. And like a ass, I dumped liquid skin into one. I mean, it's a pretty good scar. Couple weeks later, again, like a dumbass, I do the same thing. I move the same glass, which was tall sheets, medium sheets, and some smaller sheets that I was reclaiming to use for curio cabinets and shit like that. Well, grabbing the taller sheets, I kind of forgot that I had smaller sheets below, and they fell and hit me across the shin. Opened up a wound that was massive. I mean, it was $50 size once it was open and deep. So I go in and they, first of all, I go, what happened there? And you're a fucking idiot. From the liquid skin and thing. And they sew me up. And the wound refuses to close. It opens back up. And now is the size, the smallest it got at best was the size of a quarter, and you could probably drop 4 into the wound. And again, like you're talking, it wanted to heal up around the edges, but it didn't want to close
around itself.
It leaked like it tried. It looked like, I have got pictures of all this. A clear fluid that came out of it constantly. They didn't know what the fuck was going on.
See, Edna had no fluid or anything. In fact, and I don't want to be so graphic here, you would look at her ligament as a chew toy for a dog. It was that dry and brown and crusty.
They tried everything. They went in, they sewed it shut a couple of times. They literally, at one point, because I didn't have no insurance, was trying to do things as costly, as effective as they could. So they do it in office surgery where they just pumped it full of fucking numbing shit, like golf ball size around the wound, and just literally went in with hemos and pulled out chunks of skin all around the wound. I still can't stand this, the sound of Velcro this day. It makes me fucking like, because yeah. Anyways, and then tried to sew it back together again. They're like, if this doesn't work, we may lose this mother. Keep that in mind. So it's opened back up again. And they send me over to a specialist that had actually come from Sweden, was teaching at Michigan State, was there and was willing to donate some time and see me because it kind of struck an interest with him. And they give me like some silver cream They're like, oh, this is miracle shit.
Mhm.
Fucking put that on there. Hopefully this will help. So at this point, I would have fucking gladly tried cannabis. By that time, I started with crazy glue. Why wouldn't I fucking cannabis would have been fun like second. But you know, I mean, I would have fucking probably saved myself a lot of time. But so the silver didn't work and it opened up again. So they went in and cut out a large, I mean, I refused to get that leg after long after this, man. I refused to get that leg tattooed because I was still afraid I was going to lose it. They went in and cut out a massive area of that area and took a flap. They literally took a flap and spun it into a giant C and sewed it shut. And I couldn't, my foot was fucking straight out. I couldn't fucking even think about stepping on that foot for almost a year because the skin was so taut. But during that surgery, they couldn't bring me back for a couple of minutes because I was so far deep from anesthesiology. I was sick for days, puking from the meds that I had during the surgery.
Too many.
Yeah.
No, that happened to my grandmother, unfortunately, but they never brought her back. Just on a simple cataract, her second one as well, her other eye. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you wanted to try it if it could have worked? I mean, that sounded like it was pretty horrific, traumatic, and chronic in nature. But might have needed a stitch or two, and somebody might have needed to ask you why the hell you're pouring glue in a hole. But hey, that one worked.
That's
right?
too many years on the job site right there, sir. That's duct taping some wounds together.
Hey, I've done it. Yeah, back tape and electrical tape. Yeah,
yes,
I got
sir.
it. What you got to do to make it get through the day. But no, I mean, look, there's oil right there. You could have just squirted it in the hole and covered it up with a Band-Aid. Maybe. I wasn't treating you at the time.
Would have tried it. I would have tried it. I'm telling you. I would have tried it.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, it's just, it worked for Edna. I think we talked about before, we got Barb again in the deck. Second reoccurrence of pancreatic cancer. I'm going to send you this deck so you can read it if I hadn't already. Just keep it in confidence until it's released. Second reoccurrence, man. This is all verified stuff. 105 gram regimen. Took her from second reoccurrence, stage 2. No chance of the Whipple procedure because that was her option on first time around, that and some chemo. She wasn't going to do the chemo or radiation on this one. Gone. She don't have it. It's just not there. You got to call it a medicine again. Tina, second occurrence, stage 3 breast cancer. These are all local folk to me, all within 40 miles or so. 105 grams. Gone. No chemo, no radiation. Nick Forrest is constantly posting now about the only thing that's kept him alive for the past almost a year has been the oil because the doctors refused to give him any more treatment because they gave up on him. Expected him to be dead months ago. Oh, almost a year ago, frankly, 9 months ago, 8 months ago. You know, another patient let me rephrase that, had a stent in the lung where the tumors were strangulating his main pulmonary airway. Doctors don't know how it disappeared because he hasn't told them what he's doing. He's one of those guys. They just know the tumor's gone. So although he's had to have 4 or 5 emergency surgeries to replace the stent because it gets backed up or whatever happens. Now the strangulating tumors that were wrapped around like this around his airway are gone. Took stent out. He can breathe again. How do you not call all this medicine? I mean, you really have to. And I have to rely on my state elected representative to protect my ass from the FDA, as Section 4 and Section 8 says. Because it's passed as medical marijuana. End story. That's for the state of Michigan. I'm not practicing in Florida or Georgia or North Carolina. Hell, I'm not practicing at all. I'm consulting. And I'm consulting about medical marijuana. Not consulting about an opiate that's gonna fuck your family up for the next 24 years and maybe break grandma while you're at it. And if you don't break her, you might get so hooked that you go out on, some other dope and break into her house one night, not realizing what the hell you're doing because you're so damn high and you steal her shit. I just haven't seen anyone do that for cannabis. So not only is it a safe medicine, dare I say it, it's a safe medicine. People aren't out there going crazy. You go, you know me, I'm one of them guys approach anyone. I don't know if I told you the story or not. I was in a pretty upset mood one day coming back from a doctor's appointment. Imagine that, a doctor's appointment. My wife pulls into a gas station. And there's a officer, and he's Barney. He's in full tack. So he's in a mood to have a conversation. And guess who else was in a mood? I was. I wasn't in a good mood anyways. Who else to take it out on? Who else better? But you know what? You know what he said to me? He said, no, he said, we got to have marijuana. This was just as the rec law passed. He says, we got to have it. He says, it's our only hope to beat the illicit drugs. And he separated it from illicit drugs. He says, I'm tired of putting Narcan in somebody's throat to save their life for them to wake up and swing at me. He says, I want a bunch of high potheads walking down the road happy, not breaking into houses. So, of course, I didn't get my wish, but he made my day. My wish to butt heads with him. I wanted to butt heads with him under the camera. But he still made me feel better. I had a really bad time, and he made it better for me by his response. So how do you not call it medicine when you have a police officer telling you, when I'm applying medicine, what they call medicine, whoever the hell they are, to someone, they wake up trying to kill me because they don't know what the hell just happened to them? Which one do you call medicine? The one that don't do that or the one that does that? Do you see what I'm saying? Sure, it brought them back. But at the same time, we have an officer of the law that said, I'm tired. Think about that for a minute. I'm tired of saving these lives because they just want to wake up and swing at me anyways.
I couldn't imagine you. I see you in the amount of cannabis medicine you consume a day, and it blows me away. You're very sharp. You have a lot of zest for life. Somebody that we're trying to take the pharmaceutical route of trying to save themselves like that would be couch riven, sick, wouldn't nowhere near have the zest or sharpness that you have, my friend. And again, a testament to cannabis use in general, how they say it makes you lazy, or you know what I mean, we don't get shit done.
Now,
somebody that's taking cannabis, I couldn't, if cannabis is slowing you down, I can't imagine knowing you the dose you take. It must have been.
Life is short, brother. Life is short, man. And I had a brush with that. And I just know I got to get her done. I'm spared for a reason. And just got to get her done. Got to get her done. Without her done, what was the point of sparing me? And I'm not even being facetious when I say that. If not, what was the point? What's my point? I need to stand for something or I'm going to fall for anything. And that's what I'm a message I want to pass to the people. Stand for something, man. Stop falling for anything just because their address says Lansing, Michigan, please. That little postcard you get that says vote this because I support it and I'm your elected congressman, call them up and ask them why they support it and what it's about. And did anyone make any donations for them to support it? Because that's going to tell you. If they said, yeah, we got 10 big donations from these companies, now you know why they support it. They don't support it because they read the bill. They support it because they got paid to support it. Unfortunately, people, there's nothing we're ever going to do about that. It's the way it is. But unless we check them, it's going to continue forever and it's going to get worse. So we just got to check them time to time. I think it's just that simple. And I really hate to say it. I hate to be the guy blasting this message, to be honest with you, because I got other plans that are bigger and go further. But hell, we'll start here. Call your congressman, call your legislator. I don't care who you call. Call Gretchen Whitmer. I don't care who you call. It don't matter. Call Shelley Edgerton at the CRA. Bitch at her a little bit. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is. Call someone. Call someone and let your voice be heard. Send them an email. Send them a letter. Anyone, because at the end of the day, no matter what you think, they're in it for the votes. They're in it for the votes, and they're going to remember that letter. They're going to remember that email if by chance that subject comes up for vote on their floor. But if we don't prepare for that, if that subject does come up for that vote on the floor, whose fault is it? I think it's our fault. So we have to be prepared. I think that the problem's simple. I think it's much more simpler than, let me rephrase that. I don't think correction of the problem is simple. I think what put us here is simple. And I got to say it again, money. Look at all the money, Angel, you said it. Look at all the money these people spent to run their operations. You know, a lot of that money came from outside investors that have a lot more money behind that.
So what happens when we call our reps and we call our Congress and we call our politicians and we get them involved, we tell them what we want, we tell them our views, they tell us what we want to hear, they get voted in, and then don't follow through with what got them voted in? What do we do with that? Because we keep right, because we keep running into that same circle and cycle of people, to be honest. And it's happened over and over and over again. We're still dealing with it in the state of Michigan. So what is it that we do that forces these politicians to actually hold up their word instead of just using the cannabis community to get voted in?
We talk Chuck into running.
Right. Yeah. They know that the cannabis community gets them in, for lack of better terms.
Sure.
They
and
know
you just answered your own question, Angel. In masses, what's happening, you've heard me say it. You know what happened. No different than them stories we talked about a little bit. They got caught up in the hoorah.
Right.
Everybody out there got caught up in the hoorah. From the medical standpoint, it was caught up in the hoorah. Then when the rec came, all the money that got poured into the advertisement, the mailers, they got caught up in the hoorah. But now they stopped communicating once they got their hoorah.
Right. Exactly. And then there's nothing in play that forces them to follow through with their promises or what they claimed their agendas to be. So what is it that we do about that? So that we can actually support them? Because again, I kind of go back to who I am as a person, and I can't possibly stand up next to another politician that's going to make me look stupid at the end of the day. I won't do it again. Every single one of them have ultimately then made me look stupid for even beginning to support them or to tell our people to support them or to trust what they're telling us when they've been caught up in so many lies and or haven't followed through with their promises. How do we make them do it?
Chuck, or we need Chuck or a Chuck. That type of
Need a
person where
referendum.
cannabis has actually saved their lives. There's no altered reason for doing it. They're doing it because they're passionate and they know that cannabis is a life-saving tool. The focus is there. That can't be denied. You know what I mean? That can't be erased from their history. Votes ain't gonna fucking change that. You know what I mean? Somebody that will true to the cause because the plant has saved their life. We need somebody that has as powerful message as Chuck has had.
Need 3.
All right.
We need 3.
Right now we have Gretchen, Chuck. Right now we have Gretchen.
Well, leave Gretchen alone for a minute.
We're a long way away
say,
from that.
For a minute.
I think.
So, and again, you know what I mean? If we find a Chuck like that, most of these people are already worried, you know what I mean, about the vote. Or we've talked about this before. There's still that career aspect of it. You know what I mean? I need to go further in this. I need to go further. It could be a job. When you have somebody like Chuck that's already been through what they've been through, almost dying and everything else, cannabis has saved their life. I'm sure Chuck is grateful for every day. You know what I mean? Not much less the future or the next round of voting. It's about spreading the power of the message. And
I do it as much as I can, Eagle. Everywhere I go, I'm not bashful. I'll talk to the gas station clerk. I'll talk to the cashier at the store. I'll talk to the receptionist at the veterinarian. It just doesn't matter. I'll talk to the lady walking down the aisle at the store. I don't care anymore. I used to care. I don't care. I just don't care. That's something else the people of this great state have to understand. It's not just your cannabis. It's not just your health. It's your choice. And you know, I don't care. I mean, I don't care what Bob thinks. I don't care what my neighbor thinks. You know who I care what thinks? Those closest to me only. And I don't even care if they don't approve. I only care what they think so that I know how to deal with it. But I don't care anymore. And I think there's a lot of people out there. The man that helped me helped a lady down in Melvin, Michigan, Linda, with stage 4 colon cancer. She was diagnosed at the Marlette Hospital, was sent to an oncologist. She didn't go. She went right, we'll use his first name. She went right to Tom's. Tom gave her some suppositories. That was 3 years ago. She never went to the oncologist. She went back to her doctor like 3 or 4 months later. I don't know the exact, so don't hold me to that. She went through the whole regimen of suppositories and put herself on what they call the maintenance dose, which was 1 gram a day or 2 grams a day. She went back to her doctor, told her doctor, no, I don't need to go to the oncologist. She's a little older like I am. I don't need to go to the doctor. I feel better. I've been doing this. Doctor did some tests and she's clean and clear. She's clean and clear. So my guy Tom just taught her how to make her own suppositories. And he's tried to convince her to reduce her dosing, and she tells him, Tom, you don't understand. Doctor didn't say you had cancer. Doctor said I had it. She says, I'll take this for the rest of my life. So again, that's her choice. That's the point to the story there. That's her choice. So yes, again, it's going to take someone passionate, you know. It's going to take, I'll advise anyone out there. I just don't know if I'm really that guy. I got so much going on, brother. I want to make medicine. That's what I want to do. I want to make medicine. I'll do it in the cold. I'll do it in the heat. I'll make medicine. That's what I want to do. And besides, I was told it gives me really good looking fingernails.
I was going to tell you to show him your fingernails earlier, Chuck. Literally, yes. Dead ass. for the ones who understand and the ones who get it, because I'm certainly not the only one.
I know.
Your nails show a lot of health. Like you can see a lot through what the nails are doing.
Well,
And being a cosmetology student at 15, 16 years old, we learn a lot of anatomy. So it's been one of those things that I've had in the back of my brain for a long time. I know what I'm looking at when I see nails. And when I really was up close and personal in a sense with Chuck, I noticed right away, knowing the amount of oil he takes a day, his nails are so damn healthy for the amount of health issues that he has had. And it's got to be in the amount of oil that he's using. And again, being a system of its own per se, but then again, showing off the true health of an individual. Chuck's nails are pretty badass. It tells a tale. They tell a tale all on their own.
well, thank you. And as a disclaimer, I do go through 4 ounces of the CAO ointment about every 52 hours. So they are getting treated regularly. And I have to believe that Angel's probably correct. There was a time before all of the oil consumption that my nails were really, really terrible and rigid with my illness and such. That's gone. But again, I was declared free, so it's all gone. And it's medicine, guys. I don't know what else to tell you except it is medicine. That's where we're at, and I appreciate the compliment again on the nails. Thank you.
It's the truth, and you don't see that, especially when you come from Flint and everybody's sick. You know, you see some healthy nails, and it's kind of cool, really.
That hillbilly in the woods has got him. On top of that, unbelievable.
Right. And his no crow's feet, Jeff, on the wall, very much so is referring to trimming. But when I walked in, coming again from that end of the industry, being a licensed cosmetologist when I was 18, former Sephora manager, I know that kind of stuff. So when I see crow's feet, I immediately think of aging skin. It just is what it is. So I giggled to myself about the no crow's feet on the wall. And then I started using the CAO topical as my eye cream and my moisturizer right now in the winter with it dry. And I have obviously aging skin these days. And it's absolutely amazing and plays right into his no crow's feet that's on that wall.
I love it. I do. And his nails are beautiful for a dude who like is digging around in the fucking woods and dirt and shit. And you know, I'm thinking of a few cultivators I know as well who have like pretty high consumption intakes and have like remarkably clear fucking nails. And so this is going to be something I really pay a lot of attention to going forward, Angel. Like absolutely going to be checking everyone's nails out.
Check out their half moons. Check out their half moons. Check out their cuticles, check out the texture, and check out the pigment that's going on there. It'll tell you a whole bunch.
When I come back up there, you got to read my nails for me. We got to figure out how to possibly improve my health. All right.
I can totally do it. I don't just read energy and tarot cards, you know. I can read your nails too.
Fuck yeah. See, that's a full suite of services that needs to be just brought to the public at large, daily, weekly, something. I don't know.
Cultivate medicine as well, and she's a hell of a cultivator.
Yes. And that's really, that ties back into Angel.
I'll be right back.
I was talking about earlier where you end up having to know like a lot of everything. Really, as being involved in medical cannabis at various levels, whether it be caregiver or in your case from the inception of the industry, working in early, you know, every aspect of it. But that's that cumulative fucking lifetime knowledge of knowing the plant from cultivation to cure, to curation, whatever the fuck you want to call it, processing, and then application. And that's a lot of very different things, each one of those is like a whole aspect of expertise or field of expertise in itself. And so, no, I love talking to you and the directional flow of some of the conversations because of that wealth of knowledge. You know what I mean? Plus, those plants are looking so much fucking better. So kudos to you over there.
Thank you. And yeah, right back at you. We've definitely had some super great conversations since we were actually able to meet, and some really good stuff has definitely bounced back and forth where, I mean, everything from, yes, guys, this Tylenol, the acetaminophen, like, just don't take it. Just don't take it. Just don't take it. Don't take it. Don't believe them. They told us pregnant mamas to take it. It was safe. It's not safe. They lied for so many reasons, not just this whole new autism thing that they have attached to it. Like, just don't eat it. Anyways, we've definitely had some great conversations about the health and about the plant and what's been going on around here. So I definitely appreciate that. There has been a lot of years and a lot of different areas, and the way that they ultimately fell out in my life, I now know why they fell out in the way that they did. And it ultimately did kind of give me a lot of experience in every kind of piece of it that ultimately came together as a nice little puzzle for what we're dealing with now. The lack of education being out there again, the crazy laws and stuff out there again. And I definitely have appreciated the conversation. I don't feel so alone anymore with the amount of people that we've been able to pull together over here, Mr. Eagle and his lovely little platform that he's built, and allowed us to come together and kind of speak the things that need to be spoken, and all the different perspectives coming together. The conversation, in my humble, wholehearted opinion, is truly the only way we're going to get through this to a level that anybody is comfortable again. I mean, realistically, not even the license holders are comfortable. The recreational users aren't even technically comfortable right now. Everybody's uncomfortable. The more we talk about it, the more we break the stigma, as they like to call it, and truly break it. I think we will be able to come together. I have faith that we really can come together and be able to work together versus this constant battle that we have going on. I've never believed it needed to be a battle. I was definitely the one in the office going, guys, if we don't have it, send them over there. If we don't send them over there. They need to layer these products together. They need the health benefits of ingesting it, using it topically, and those instant meds of coming up, coming down, being able to create the natural homeostasis within their own beings. That changes sometimes for us minute to minute, especially day to day, month to month, year to year. What is going to give us that homeostasis within is going to change. What is our mood today? What is our mood tomorrow? My meds are not the same every single day. They're just not. Understanding the strains, the cultivars behind what we're actually doing with the plant, then the concentrate, then the topical, then the oils, that it tells a tale, and it's something different every day. So we have this homeostasis that happens within the plant. And our growers and our caregivers who are growing the plant, they know that homeostasis. That's what they're always reaching for, is the homeostasis within the plant. And then the people like me, excuse me, I knew the garden, but I wasn't in the garden. My place was inside with the people, helping them learn the medicinal side of it. That homeostasis within our beings is a completely different homeostasis. And we're actually connecting the two to create the homeostasis within the person, their ailment, the whole laundry list. So there is kind of a disconnect there in a lot of retrospects. The growers and the homeostasis here, and the people and the homeostasis that we're trying to create. I think the more, again, we talk about those specific factors, strain specific, what it's doing, the terpenes, what it's doing, the more not only do the people learn, but so do the growers overall. So do the growers. Sometimes we have growers before they even know what a CBD is. You know, they're playing in a plant before they even understand what a cannabinoid is. They have no idea. And then they start to learn, where others are inside working with the dry bud in front of them and putting it out to the people and getting that feedback. The more the conversation is there, the better off we're going to be at the end of the day. And Mr. Eagle is one of the only platforms, okay, the only platform right now that allows us to have and hold the conversations that need to be had so that we can get this puzzle piece back to a puzzle that is manageable and on some kind of a fair playing field. I digress.
Oh, you're right on point. Eagle, I think the first time Chuck introduced us, you know, a big part of the conversation was the disappearance of the medical system within the emergent, you know, recreational market. And I think that's kind of where we've hung on all that stuff for a bit. And, you know, for sure, that's kind of what we've been seeing down here, I guess. Sorry. And it's really unfortunate because all the things that we are talking about here tonight, the things that we talk about when we're sitting up in the barn, I've said the events that we went to, you know, especially some of the smaller scale ones where it wasn't your average consumer coming out. These are sometimes people who really did have a medical need, but didn't have like a caregiver. And so the need for an open forum is absolutely there to keep bringing this out to the public. For sure, you know, as Angel said, the conversations need to continue, need to keep happening. But the more we can bring, not everybody's tuning in right now at whatever 3:36 a.m. and paying attention to this in the way. So when we can be out on a Saturday in a wholesale market forum where we're presenting all of this stuff we've been talking about, you know, that's what we need to keep rolling out there. And like I said, I don't think the dispensaries will ever be the place for that, just because it doesn't fold into that business model. You know what I mean? But like what Chuck was talking about with 501c3 that, you know, brings this kind of concept together. It shouldn't be an issue. It's unfortunate. We were there, or I was there on the day he's referencing, and, you know, the unfortunate nature of that is that, you know, it confirms some of the negative concepts and stereotypes or whatever by what was in there and maybe how it was being presented. But the conversations and nature of them, for the most part, were very real. And it's cultivator to consumer and or, you know, maker to consumer. And so there still is a subset of this population that really is dedicated to the plant as medicine. And that's where, like, Angel needs to be talking to some folks every week. You know what I mean?
I think her phone died there.
She's somewhere over. I know she isn't too far.
She's working on it. If not, we'll bring her out here.
Yes.
Yeah, no worries.
My phone died and the hotspot was connected. So I'll be back in just a second, but I can still hear you.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Chuck,
Chuck, I wish I would have been a little bit more on my game when I seen this post the other day. The post was claiming, well, the doctor was giving cannabis some medical claims. He was saying 100% it can help with this, it can help with that, but I'm asking you to just use it in limitations for when you actually need it for pain, yada, yada, yada. Long-term use can pre-age the brain. With that mentality, again, the amount of cannabis you take and consume and hit with that kind of mindset, your brain would be like 120. So I think you defy his logic there that it pre-ages your brain.
Hey, we got to give him a little bit of credit for suggesting it has benefits being in the medical field.
Right,
All
right.
credit's due.
Yeah, you're true to that. All right.
But no, I think that we can get people talking. I you know, sometimes Miss Smiles here doubts me. But I'm alive, man, and I don't like to lose. And we're not gonna start now. It just ain't gonna go down that way. I'm too damn old. I'm enjoying life too much. I'm all physically screwed up, but I couldn't enjoy life anymore. I don't think I ever have. And I fully credit 4 people and 1 substance for that filling in my life. That's my wife, Tracy, my 3 children, William, Ashley, and Tiffany, and cannabis. Because I think without that, I probably wouldn't feel this damn good. But I feel pretty damn good, to be honest with you. And a lot of people ask me, how come you don't go for the record books? I guess right now, like the world record guy's at 3,900 milligrams or something out of Canada. And his doctor can't believe that he's still functionable and can work every day and be in function, almost like what you were saying, Eagle, and I appreciate it. But we got a different theory around here. We call it finding your level. It took me a long time to work down to 15,000 grams a day.
Chuck, you found that level and slapped it.
I worked down to it, brother. Worked down to it. Didn't work up to it. We worked down to it. You know, you got to remember what my original dosing was 25 grams at a time, 6 times a day. Only to throw it up, repeat, and go again. But you know, the funny thing I've noticed about the 15 grams is it seems to be about the perfect level. I'll give you an example. Would last night be the proper word? I don't even know what damn time it is. Last night, but not last night, night before. No, yesterday morning. I went to sleep at about 10 to 7, and that was after only getting 3 hours of sleep the day before. I just feel good, brother. I just feel good, man. And I blame cannabis and the people around me for it.
You got to get close to that tonight because it's almost 4:00 now.
Yeah, it's almost time. Yeah. It's about time to go to bed here, another few hours. At least get a couple hour cat's nap. No, it's just a matter of finding level for each individual. You know, I mean, some individuals we might say, let's start with the rice grain. And they might take that rice grain and have 0 effect. And tell them, okay, bump it to 2. 0 effect. Okay, bump it to 2/10. Bam, there's their level. Or at least a starting point to locate their level on the oils. You know, I learned something, and this goes back to what you were saying, Jeff. I learned something recently within the last couple of months about fresh live hash rosins. I never knew that people decarbed them and ate them. It makes perfect sense. It makes absolutely perfect sense. But I never knew that. So again, you know, the industry is evolving, the uses are evolving. There's Miss Smile. She's back.
Yes.
Phone died,
No.
guys. Sorry.
And that totally goes straight back to the purity of products, though, that he was talking about hash eating now, and decarbon hash and just eating straight hash. Here's the thing. If we go back to the dollars and cents of it, the mass production of like Pico, right? Because of your reduction rates and losses and blah, 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 all those things that really are not beneficial to a bottom line. It's hard to make that part of the mass structure, right? The benefits there always, no matter what, from our eyes and the medicinal standpoint, but we keep going back to that bottom line thing. So that's another highlight of where you are essential, because I've seen you shuffle around, man, and Eagle, I'm telling you, energy that makes me tired just watching him move, and I tried to, you know what I'm talking about. And so cannabis, it's got regenerative, almost healing properties within your musculature and everything else, mental vitality, spiritual vitality, physical vitality. It's body, mind, and spirit if you're using it and doing it right. Absolutely, unequivocally.
It needs to be complete. If it's not complete, you're wasting your time on the medical path.
Absolutely.
I believe that. I absolutely believe that. I believe that if you go into this, any type of treatment with cannabis, with the, and I don't want to sound like I'm going against what we were talking about earlier about Granny and, having that open conversation. But I believe that if anyone goes into a treatment knowing in their mind, under any circumstance, it's not going to work, you can convince yourself it's not going to work, unfortunately. And I believe this. There's far more, in my opinion, guys, and I don't want to be the bubble burster here, but at least for the most seriously ill, there's far more than cannabis involved. I mean, there's dietary change. There's intake. Again, Eagle, we spoke about this in the past, the necessity of proper sleep, REM, deep. There's a lot more to it. And food eliminations, not just dietary change. I mean, my diet has changed so much, it'll blow your mind. I'd rather have 21 home cooked meals a day. I'd rather not even go out to the finest of restaurants. Don't get me wrong, do when you have to. But I'd rather not. I mean, it's just my dietary habits have changed. I've changed. I've got a running joke. I want to be 300 pounds again with weak knees. It's just not going to happen. So I stopped trying. I mean, I was overeating trying. It's just not going to happen because, like I said, at what I called my biggest or healthiest, like 272 pounds. So looking in the mirror, I'm a different person today than I am physically, but I think mentally I'm probably a more mature person than I was prior to the illness. And I think spiritually, I worship cannabis. End story. That's my worship, is cannabis. It needs to be because, and I'm not going religious here, guys, so don't trip on me now. It was my savior. And when you put it into context, cannabis was my savior. What else can I say except the truth? So that's where I'm going to leave that. Cannabis was my savior, and that's my worship. So you're absolutely right about the passion, Eagle. And again, it's not sainthood, everyone. It's just who I am. I eat it, I leave it, I live it, I breathe it. I don't stop thinking about it. I don't stop thinking about what's next. I don't stop thinking about what I can do better next time. I don't stop thinking about what the guys can do better next time. I don't think stopping what can be better next rotation. It just doesn't stop. What was great for me, and it's very fortunate, and I realize it, a very supporting wife. It was very, very beneficial for me. Most people would be divorced. You'd be surprised how many people get sick and end up in divorce while they're sick. I mean, the numbers are excruciating painful. That getting sick causes a divorce. But it does, because the pressures, the stresses, the finances, et cetera, et cetera. Not necessarily because they fell out of love, but because they fell out of like for the situation. And again, there comes that self-centeredness and that selfishness. But that's human nature, unfortunately, or at least for most of us. But at the end of the day, I think that we all just need to, here's what I think really needs to be done. Listen, Jeff, you, Eagle, you, Angel, you, there's nobody here trying to get in the way of Pfizer making money. Okay, now I use the word money because that's what they're in business for. Don't let them fool you. They're not in business for medicine. They're in business for money. If they were in business for medicine, there'd be no bills for it'd just be such a better world. They're in business for money. Let's be truthful here. General Motors not in business to build cars. They're in business to make a profit. You said it earlier. What was that term you used? Some commodity and what? Commerce and commodity or something?
Commoditization of cannabis.
Monetization and commodization and commodity.
It is. It's commerce.
Yeah, I mean, everything is commerce. Everything. When we get back down to it, I've been around the globe a lot. I mean, the entire globe, guys, 6 continents. And there's one thing that's common. It's all about the money. I don't care where you go, what you do. It's all about the money. Those with the money, there's the old adage, the golden rule, the guy with the gold makes the rules. That's what's happening right now with this rec thing. The state has all the money that we prepped them for. And I want to point this sentence out again, just in case nobody heard it at the beginning. I'm going to say it again. I think the state of Michigan set up the caregivers right from the get-go, just based on one word, emphasis added, permit registered. Now this again is the proposal 081. It permits registered and unregistered patients. Now remember, there was no rec there. So what the hell was an unregistered patient by law? And primary caregivers to assert medical reasons for using marijuana as a defense to any, emphasis added, prosecution involving, and then again, emphasis added, marijuana. Now in 2008, if we were passing, I wish I was smarter and read that in 2008. I probably would have told them shove it up their ass. If we were passing medical marijuana, why are we giving a free pass to rec users? What did they know we don't know? Why and who was it? That's what needs to be answered. Because there's no reason to give, and think this through from a legal legislative standpoint. And Angel, you'll have to forgive me because I'm going to talk like a legislator for a minute, not Chuck, okay?
Okay, but I get to next.
Okay. There's no reason to give as a legislator or a lawman or a man creating laws a criminal. Because under this proposal, if you're using marijuana in 2009 without a medical card, you was a criminal under state law. But somehow it's in there that any prosecution, medical patient, registered or even unregistered people using marijuana, defense to any prosecution involving marijuana. Come on, that's so loosely worded. It can be interpreted 1,000 ways, but let's interpret the way that's most beneficial to the writers. I say they knew then. And if I'm wrong, have them call me, explain it to me. They all got my number anyways. If not, Gretchen will give it to you.
No, you're actually absolutely correct. And that's been a lot of the conversation out there over the years is, a good handful of people who have been saying exactly that since minute one. Just kind of wait, guys, wait till it all rolls out because it's already written in stone anyways. And sure enough, that's exactly what it seems to be. It was written in stone, it's played out, it's worked to their advantage. And the meaning and the intent behind our original people initiated act has been lost. The translation has been lost from top to bottom. The confusion has set in. Hell, people don't even realize that there's technically, 3 different programs going on out there. You've got the original program that started it all, and then you have this licensing dispensary program, and then you have this rec program. And most people out there think it's kind of all in one or tied together somewhere. And technically, of course, it was never supposed to be. But again, that one law into another, and they've eventually gotten their way. I'm coming back to bring the conversation back. A lot of us kind of threw in the towel. We've lost a lot of good people through the years that were there and seen what happened and then watched it all unroll. And they've either shut up, like a lot of us have at certain times of this, or sadly, we've even lost a lot of them in the fight of it. There's a lot of quote unquote warriors that have ultimately then had to leave after they've been holding these same conversations that we're holding tonight. It's been a sad road in that right of things, a very sad road. And I do think at the end of the day, it's possible to work with them. My only issue with that is they did not want to work with us, and they haven't proven to want to work with us even. They've acted like they want to work with us so they get their way, but then that's where it stops. They get their way and the things don't change, or they give us a couple breadcrumbs and we go, oh, thank you so much, when they didn't want to work with us. They just didn't. We had to fight them. We had to make it our way. Considering that's what we had to do, I don't see why there isn't I don't see a reason why we can't do that over again to back some of this nightmare part of things up and hold the ground. How's that go? Kind of hold the line. Like we were supposed to stand up on that MMA anyways. I think, and it's still in play. Like you keep saying, like that law, it's still there. It's all still there. It just, people have to be reminded of it. And then again, just like then, educated on what it even means. Because right. At this point, they don't know what Section 4 is. They don't know what Section 8 is. They don't know what any of it means. The only ones who know what it means are the ones that have been paying attention through the stretch of it, or the ones that actually created the problem to begin with.
Absolutely.
We have to keep talking.
Lost in translation.
Yeah. Complete loss.
Lost in the mixation.
Yeah. Yeah. With intention.
Lost in the fuckery.
With intention.
Well, what's next? Where do we want to take it next? We still got time. We may as well close this episode.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're about to hit 3:59. Let's go ahead and touch back on like that whole consultation realm, because I want to make it really clear that with experience, that's what works.
Absolutely.
That's what works, especially and with all people. I have worked with, coming from Flint, we dealt with a very, very wide range of people. So we had everybody from your street thugs coming in on up to your ones that you knew had $1 million sitting in their bank account. So I've worked with a very wide range of people and most of them don't know what they don't know. Once they start getting a taste of what's real, with whether we're talking medicine or laws. Once they start getting a little bit of what's real, they want to know more. If the message remains the same, then we don't have the amount of confusion that we had prior to. And I think at the end of the day, opening up all of those lines of communication again, at the same time of figuring out a way to force their hand, because they don't want to play with us. They just want to act like they want to play with us. And of course, we all know it boils down to a dollar bill at the end of the day. So they're only playing their roles. They're only telling us what they want us to know and what we want to hear. If we figure out a way to force their hand and make them follow our laws, because they are our laws at the end of the day, and hold them to it, just like we kind of hold our own selves to it, I think we might be able to get somewhere when it comes to the legalities behind this that's still hurting our people. I'll say it. I've said it from the Lansing steps. I've said it inside the offices. I've said it inside the township meetings. What is it going to be next? A dandelion? Because I didn't know when I was a kid that a dandelion was, again, extremely healthy for us to consume. I grew up with my papa daring a dandelion to grow in his yard. And now we know the medicinal properties of a dandelion. In 5 years, in 10 years, are they going to do the same thing to a dandelion because they've gotten away with it with cannabis? Because that's kind of how I feel about it right now. And that's why I keep kind of backing up on the simplicity of it being a plant. Because at the end of the day, yes, it's medicine. We have proven. The government hasn't proven. Their studies, their research, they didn't prove shit. They didn't prove shit. We did. On the ground, doing the work, working with the people, doing what's been going on for the last several weeks. Blood, sweat, tears, whether you're throwing up or not, that oil's being made. They didn't do that. They didn't let us do that. We had to fight for every bit of that. And then we thank them and ask them for permission for more. Why are we asking for permission? I didn't understand it then, and I don't understand it now. Why are we asking the government and the politicians for permission when the technicality is they're supposed to work for us at the end of the day? So if we're educating, we're putting out the right message, meaning the real message, what's real for us, the more people we gain, the more trust we regain, the more people we get back into the program and can start, in a sense, all over again. Because I think that's really what's needed. Needs to back all the way up to a simple form that people can understand again, and then move it back forward. I'm not trying to ixnay nobody at the end of the day at this point. They already got their way. They're already doing what they're doing. There is no stopping them. No, there's not. But we can stop the corrupt politicians that quit working for the people and think the people work for them. And they keep getting away with it. So why would they think anything else anyways? If we can stop those two, we've got the people back. That's all I know. And that's working with the people. I was with the people. I was having these conversations every day. They did understand. They do understand. They just don't know that they need to know yet. If there's more of us talking about it, they know they need to know. And they easily do come to the right side of the fence. And they'll want to work with everybody too. Fight just as hard for us as we've fought for them to get them to where they are today. And stop letting them call the law on our own people.
I agree with that one. I do want to say that it's of my opinion, based on observation, that not nearly all, but many of the law enforcement are starting to see through the charade. And they're not interested in us any longer. So that's good, but that's not going to say that on a state order, they're not going to be interested, that it's going to stay that way. If somebody gets the right target on you. So yeah, they got to leave us alone, because if they're not leaving us alone, there's something that we haven't touched on, is if we're always thinking about they're not going to leave us alone, how the hell are we doing our best? We can't be doing our best because we're always thinking about thems and theys. And isn't it our job to do our best for the people we're trying to help? I mean, can't they just look at it that logically? I mean, if they were in voting session and they all had their cell phones on and everybody was to call them, they'd get pretty upset. Okay, because they weren't doing their best. They were being bothered because we wouldn't leave them alone. You know, I mean, it's just really logic and common sense when you put it in those words. Just leave it alone. It was left alone in the past and it worked. It's only not working because of the expansion, because of the additions. And I'm still interested as all hell to understand how the hell they snuck that in 2018 for the people to be so confused, because this is all I can figure out, for the people to be so confused that they somehow allowed them to put the rec law in with, and I'll say it again, the Medical Marijuana Act of Michigan. Okay, because they are two different things. It's apples and oranges, day and night, black and red, whatever you want to call it. They're two different things. We can call medical rec, we can call rec medical. I get that. But isn't the truth of the matter, medical is the caregiver, and that was the entire purpose of the registration and the Caregiver Act, was for the caregiver to provide that care and that help with the potential medical benefits of cannabis. Isn't that what this all started as? Because if that's what this started as, there's something I need to know. And if any of the three of you can answer this for me, I'll give you $100. What the hell are we talking about?
Dear sir, that's all I can say right now. We know.
What the hell are we talking about? Because wasn't the caregivers, when I read the bill, isn't the caregivers that's supposed to provide the care to the patients that want the care? And then you can register so many, grow so much, help them out, blah, 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 blah. That deal was going round and round.
Yeah. And we've talked at length about like scapegoating within you know, in industry that was tanking because of overconsumption and greed and expansion of laws and things that should have never been put in place, which we've touched on multiple times. So, you know, anytime
that's my point, Jeff, let me interject on that. I was being facetious, and I'm hoping somebody within Lara or the administrator, I don't care who, listening. What the hell are we talking about?
No.
$100. That's what Chad said.
Oh, go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry, brother. I wanted to make that point. That wheel was round, man. It was round and it was going and it was smooth. And then all of a sudden, it got so smooth and they tallied up the fees they were making. They just had to figure out how to make more. End story. So I'll answer the question and pay myself $100. We're talking about money and not ours.
No. And they were the ones that were greedy at the end of the day, not us. We were willing to work with them. They didn't want to work with us. So we put together an act and we forced it forward. We were willing to work with them. In my opinion, they need to prove that they're now willing to work with us. And my humble opinion, they have not done that yet. And I haven't found one yet that is willing to hold the message. They say they're going to, and then they get into place and they fall into the same pattern of whatever group they just got themselves involved in. You know, we need the message held. We need the MMMA, the original act, held and remembered. It's just like cursive writing being taken out of schools. They don't want our kids to know how to cursive write, so they can't read the Constitution. The MMMA is literally being scrubbed away piece by piece. The only ones that are going to uphold it and remember it are the ones that were there, remember it, or will get it out and read it in black and white for them own selves to see that it's no longer the message that was the intention. The intention is no longer there. and it's obscured, and it's hurt us, and we've put a lot of work in. We've put a lot of work in, as you well know.
Oh yeah, R&D, but unfortunately, I feel that's the second oldest trick in the book, other than convincing the rest of the world you don't exist. So maybe the R&D trick falls right into convincing the rest of the world you don't exist. Because look what they did to the CBD, and the U.S. government owns that patent. Who did that R&D? Not the government.
Right.
So we do got to watch our ass. That's what I'm saying.
I want to touch on the registered and unregistered that you keep reading, because it hit my dome the last time you brought it up.
I know where you're going, but interpretation.
The registered, the unregistered is technically, if my brain is serving me correctly on the way it's written, it's the doctor's recommendation that holds up in a courtroom. It's
Right.
not the registration with the state that holds up in the courtroom. The doctor is the one that wrote the recommendation, and ultimately that's what holds a patient up in the courtroom. And I'm pretty sure that's what that is saying, registered or unregistered, because registration is with the state. It has nothing to do with the doctor recommending the medicine to the patient that's in front of him. That doctor recommendation is what is everything at the end of the day and in the courtroom, not the Michigan registration.
Right. But listen to the other word in the sentence, though. Any prosecution involving marijuana. You know, we talk about turkey bags.
Yeah.
Think it through.
We agree. We agree. We agree. We agree.
That any prosecution involving marijuana. That's insanity to me to be written into the 08 law now that I read it in hindsight. It's insanity. It should have said pursuant to this act. Pursuant to the above written act. But instead it says any. Any is open to interpretation by the legal court. You can use will in contract, or you can use shall. Legal court will tell you that will is a matter of willpower. Shall is definite.
Right.
Any is any. There's no other interpretation legally. Any is any. It's almost like anything can happen, Your Honor. The roof can fall in now. And he's got to believe you because it could happen. Why is that in there? Why is that in there on an act for patients to receive medicine and caregivers to grow and the law is written?
It's just like, how is it, when did it become okay for our cities and our townships to be able to write in their ordinances that a medical grower cannot grow their plants outside, but the recreational users can, of course, still grow their plants outside? Flushing Township, the last meetings I was involved in, that's exactly what they were writing in. And what's, you had touched on this earlier with the whole law enforcement and where they're at with it now. The Flushing Township supervisor was absolutely the chief of Mount Morris City, lived directly across the street from me the entire time I was growing up. And he got told in that township meeting that, because he knows that marijuana was not the problem in our town. There were other things that were a problem, but marijuana was never a problem. My mother sat on her porch smoking a joint while he sat on his porch drinking a beer the whole time I was growing up. And then he's the supervisor of Flushing Township and attempts to put in his ordinances that medical growers, the MMMA, or medical caregivers, cannot grow medicine outside. But they can't touch the rec law. They can't touch the rec law. The rec users can still grow their 12 plants outside. But they very much so attempted to make it so our caregivers could not grow medicine outside when we know that the best medicine is grown outside.
I think that was an attempted overreach on authority. And I haven't read into it, Angel, but here would be my guess. And the medical townships were given the right to opt in or out. I don't think they were given that right in the rec.
Yeah, exactly my point. How is that okay, and why are we accepting it?
Well, the hoorah. Everybody got caught in a hoorah in that vote.
Agreed. Why are we accepting it?
Because they got caught in a hoorah and it's voted into the law. Nobody wants to fight and have a riot.
I just want them to be fair now. Leave us
Yeah,
alone so
but
we can leave
that's
you
really
alone.
where we're at with it. I mean, it's just a hoorah, 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 hoorah.
When did it,
Where is that?
and my point is, when did it change? I mean, we kind of know when it changed.
It's
You
gonna
know,
be in that law. I haven't read it, but I'll read it. It's gonna be in that
Exactly.
2018 rec law that everyone in the state of Michigan has the right, and they didn't put anything at all in the verbiage that says anything about the townships or the cities opting in or out. They just said everybody in the state of Michigan at this age has the right to do this.
And they weren't allowed to do that for a minute. And then all of a sudden they were.
Yeah.
And
because
now they are.
Somebody read the bill and it wasn't in there. I'll guarantee it. I'll take a look. I'll bet you. Because it makes sense to me, because now they're dealing with everybody in the state of Michigan. So now they're gonna get scared.
Well,
Now they're
guys,
doing everybody.
I 4:15. I hate to say it, we've got a close. I got 3 dancing bladders back here that are just tap 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 tap.
Shit, I thought we were doing one of them. I thought we were doing one of them 28 and a half hours or 29 and a half hours or something.
You
We're
would
bringing
probably
this one
be
out
the
to
one
us.
to do it with me. I would think. I think you.
Wait, we're gonna make Chuck dab out with us. Hang on, this one's coming out to Chuck.
Listen up, everybody. Take your medicine. Take your medicine. You have to take your medicine. It's mandatory, 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 mandatory. It's healthy. It's good for you. There's ways to do it. Will help you. End story. Dab out. She says, "Uh-oh."
Yeah, I'm on my way.
Good luck. To me.
Oh,
I'll give you a low temp.
Oh, temp, that's what's up.
That's what's
Change
up.
my life.
Waste it to taste it, I read.
Yes. And you're not gonna be able to see it in there, but man, Phoenix Star. I love it.
Okay,
Out the show.
Here, wait. let
go
me-
hop in the truck. I'll see y'all in about 2.5 hours to test that out. All right.
Hey, yeah.
Oh, we got a couple minutes left here. We're live.
Yeah, there we go. Exhale it so you don't die.
Already swallowed it.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
That's just me. I did it. I'm not joking. Baby heads equal baby heads. Just too hot for me. I'm too intense.
But he had to play with
I'm
it.
with you.
Yeah. Got a new star here. Phoenix. Phoenix Star works really well.
nice piece.
Phoenix Star.
Yeah.
She's beautiful. Love her. Okay.
I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight and help making everybody aware. You know, remind them that cannabis can be a medicine. Be open-minded about cannabis as a medicine, and more or less helping the caregivers stay on point. And we do need to band together and make sure everything is going as planned on a legal level. I think if we do follow the money, they will help us out a little bit.
I don't think they'll let us follow it, Eagle. I think they'll help us out so that we don't follow it.
They don't want us to know who it's going to, but some of us already know who big chunks of it are going to.
Say the truth. Well, with that being said, I'm sure we'll talk again soon. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. Who wants to Jeff Beachgrass? I guess in my corners here, they're probably different than yours. Thank you for coming in, hanging out tonight. Of course, Chuck, CAO Crafts Farms. Thank you for hanging out. I dig you wearing that hat. I appreciate that shit. And of course, Angel Smiles, Angel Side Piece in chat every night, or most nights anyway. Thank you for coming and hanging out as well. Guys, true kind of fighters, that's for sure. I appreciate you guys. And for the rest of you guys, thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight. Don't forget to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. And with that being said, we are out of here, guys. Thank you so much.